Potentially.
Okay, this is session 57, I think. Who wants to give a recap?
No, what did we do?
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to read through the recap. The elf slave ran away, and then we were later on nearly ambushed by elves, potentially
Right.
related. Who knows?
Right. It was, you left the Imperial camp the next day after the slave escaped, or a couple hours after the slave escaped. You traveled you traveled essentially towards the edge of where the anti-magic field was about to end, so that you could get off some spell effects, but it was about a 50-50 chance whether or not it was going to work. Then Zarius noticed movement in the trees, and Lusharosi and a few others ran off in that direction to see what it was. But it turned out it was just an ambush.
Just your regular ambush.
Right, with elves and some D-magic displacer beasts and D-magic pixies who were hoping more people would run in, and also hoping that their poison would work, but it didn't work on anybody. So you wound up killing most of the elves. One elf and one pixie got away. You questioned one of the elves who you took hostage, who essentially just said that they were hoping to capture Zarius and Lusharosi for the hobgoblins. You then killed her and went on your way again. A couple days later, the son-in-law of Otto Pilz was apparently framed by someone stashing a vial, or at least a beer bottle of poison in and amongst his stuff, which led to a lot of back and forth and multiple castings of Zone of Truth.
Yes.
That eventually proved that got the guy to say, under the effect of the Zone of Truth, that he had nothing to do with the murder and didn't know how the bottle got into his things. There were then some questions about Lusharosi and his relationship, because he had volunteered to go under a Zone of Truth. So it was a good opportunity to get dirt on his feelings for Lokexicus.
Also, Zarius wanted to go under the Zone of Truth just to know what it felt like.
Yeah.
Right.
There was some curiosity, which Aurelia took advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I forgot to put that. I forgot to put that in the summary, but that's my bad. That's Aurelia began what seemed to be the courtship of Zarius. One can only imagine what their children will look like. Half cat, half dragonborn.
The Catborn.
There we go.
This is how Khajiit are born.
Right.
Or no, wait, they're Tabaxi. That's right. I'm thinking Elder Scrolls.
So there was a lot of time spent asking each other questions under the Zone of Truth.
So it then took a bit of time to get, like Otto Pilz broke down at the end of all that. All the remaining Pilzes were shaken after the Zone of Truth thing and being accused of murder. So it took a while to gather everyone up, at which point it was noticed by Nimrod that Dora wasn't around. So just as everyone was ready to set off again, you had to sit down and wait some more to see when the hell Dora was coming back. But she didn't. After like 2 hours of waiting, no sign of her. So people began to sort of fan out and search for Dora, calling for her, but couldn't locate her. Zarius then did a search and found some evidence of tracks moving off to the west. And Lusharosi was very concerned that Dora, being like one of their own, something foul may have befell her. So he wanted to go after her, and Zarius was having none of that. Eventually, it was just Lusharosi and Nimrod who decided to follow her trail and try to figure out what happened to her. Everyone else set off back down the Golden Road towards the Athmir. Lusharosi and Zarius did have some limited success in following her trail, but they were, by the end, not really certain that they were exactly where she had gone. And so they decided to start asking around to see if people had seen her wandering through the area. It took several days of travel, during which time T-Hole wound up leading people off-road in order to find a shortcut, and came upon a battlefield he once knew and figured that he could then navigate his way back to the road. But you wound up coming to a field of statues that seemed to mess with your perception of time, as it took you a while after that to actually get back to the road, longer than you would have expected. On the way back to the road, you encountered a lost force of Imperial soldiers who were likewise affected by this weird effect the statues were having. And Aurelia managed to sort of charm them into accompanying you for a while. Eventually, you did make your way back to the road and made your way south, and you came to the town at the end, right at the end of the Golden Road on the Athmere itself, called Trierte. If you ask around in town, which I assume you will have done, you will discover that it actually took you like 5 or 6 days longer to get here than you would have counted, given the number of, just sunrises you've seen since then. So again, probably an effect of those statues, whatever they were. Nobody actually investigated the statues. But you are now in the town of Trierte. It is about the middle of the day, probably about 2 or 3 p.m. And the town is laid out before you to the south.
Which direction is Cartha from here?
Cartha, from where you are now, is to the northeast. Okay. But in order to get there from here, you would have to essentially plow through some mountains. Now, there is a road that goes as far as a city that's in the mountains, but the rest of the mountains, it's hard to travel. So the fast way to get there from here is to go on a ship. It's probably 3 days by ship and like a week or two on the road.
I'm tired of walking. Perhaps we can stop at an inn and actually get a good night's rest.
You had also agreed with, you don't have to stick to this, of course, but you had agreed with Lusharosi that you would meet him at whatever town was at the end of the road. So this is where Lusharosi expects to meet you. Given how long it took you, he might be here somewhere, though.
If he is here, then likely he would be at the inn.
Or the church.
Why would we go there?
Pay his respects to Asheros.
Why would we, if he is waiting for us, then why would we go there? We can search either place. Let us set up rooms.
Definitely. I could I could use a nail as well. It's dry out here.
So you head south. The town is a little bit sprawling. You would have passed several farmsteads on the way in. It's relatively big, and you can see the port at least is pretty busy. When you get in, though, you realize there's probably more than one inn. There's an inn that's kind of fairly far away from the center of the town, which is called the Juicy Orc. There's a sort of oddly, it almost looks like the inn itself is leaning in a particular direction, but it's sort of an optical illusion, as each floor on this inn is slightly bigger than the floor underneath of it, and it's a little bit offset. It's called the Crooked Inn. It is probably the nicest of the inns that are here. There's another inn that's called the Horrible Apothecary. That's pretty ratty, and it appears to be pretty close to capacity, as all of the ships in town, it seems as though the sailors are staying at the Horrible Apothecary.
What kind of So are we walking around and we see these establishments?
Yes.
Well, how does the Juicy Orc look?
The Juicy Orc is the one it's pretty far outside of town. It's sort of in between the two. It's not the nicest inn. It's not as bad as the Hardball Apothecary either. It's a little more rustic. It also appears it's probably about half full. The common area is certainly completely full, as is probably the common areas of all of the inns because of the number of sailors in town. But as you're walking around, people are definitely taking notice of you. The Piltzes have essentially, or at least the son-in-law has gone off to see if he can find a caravan that would be headed to the west. But a lot of people are now staring at in particular, the Dragonborn and the Tiefling and the cat-headed girl.
Oh,
I am pretty tall.
That's why.
Yeah, that's why.
Well, I'd say we try to get as close to the port as we can. At least the inn closest to the port. Maybe we can see what the rates are for a ship to get passage to Cartha.
And as you're walking, I mean, the closest inn is probably the Hardball Apothecary. So the poorest of the inns in terms of quality. But as you're walking, you see a dwarven man comes up to you. He's pretty finely dressed. He's got no weapons or armor, although that's true of most of the people seeming to mill about here.
Does he have a beard?
He does not have a beard. He has a mustache and very long sideburns, but they end and there is no beard. And his hands are sort of outstretched, almost as if he's just showing you that he comes in peace. And he is sort of, Zarius in particular could tell he's a little bit nervous about approaching the group. And as he comes up and says, good sirs, I can see you're all adventurers. Can I inquire, are you Zarius?
No.
Very well. I had thought maybe you were, although
I said no to your first question.
I understand. May I inquire, what is your business in this town? I am the mayor.
We seek to reach Cartha.
Oh, well, I am sure any number of our caravans and perhaps some of the ship captains here would be able to take. He then sort of looks back at the whole gaggle of you. A party of this size, we mostly do have merchant ships coming in, so it might take some negotiation, but I'm sure you could find whatever it is you need. How long will you be staying, do you think?
What does it matter?
Oh, I will be honest. You make people nervous.
What if I was this Zarius person you mentioned before?
Well, that might make a bit of a difference, as Zarius is a famous member of your species. Is that the right word? But yes, Zarius is well known, and I think it might allay people's fears to think that a hero of such renown were here in our town. But I'm sure you're aware that there is an ongoing war against your people. Not that we harbor you any ill will, of course. You seem like a fine enough fellow.
Are you looking for a fight?
Absolutely not. I am here simply to try to allay the fears of our townsfolk. We don't get such colorful travelers in our town very often.
What does this Zarius look like?
Well, I'm told, and from the pictures, he looks very much like you, a copper-colored dragonborn.
I just sort of like grab
With
my quarterstaff for a moment. Does he wield anything in particular?
I believe he uses a walking stick similar to yours with a limp similar to yours. A somewhat aged, similar to you.
Do you have any? Do you have any editions of this comic that seems to make its way around?
I do not, but I'm sure if you check with any of our booksellers, they should have ample copies of them. They're very popular when Imperial troops come to town, so I think they've stocked up.
I don't blame them. They're beyond amusing.
And are you the leader of this group?
One could say such a thing.
I should have recognized that immediately, of course, upon coming up, but there was some talk about perhaps Zarius having visited our town. You don't see many Dragonborn, and, well, we had expected a lion-headed person named Lusharosi, who's also in the same books. But he then addresses Aurelia, you are equally welcome here as your Dragonborn friend.
That's nice.
Other people who need healing. We are looking for a little work while we wait for a ship.
Well, there are plenty of ships in port. If you like, I could make introductions to the captains. I think I've met them all, perhaps missed one or two.
That's the least you could do for our emperor here.
Yes.
For your emperor, as in T-Hole? Is he here? And he looks past T-Hole. Are you actually the Colossi and the Deadpools?
I am T-Hole, and T-Hole is me.
He blinks a bit, looking up. Oh, well,
The comics.
It is an honor. The comics do not match you. So I take it this is Zarius then.
That is Sultan Zarius to you.
Of course. I apologize. I have not heard that he was a sultan.
Pay him no mind, Aurelia. Clearly his beard was lost in some sort of beard-losing accident.
Beard-losing accident, yes.
The worst kind of accident.
He looks a little embarrassed and rubs his chin, wondering if he's shaved wrong today or something.
We noticed this custom up in Watchtower, dwarves with no beards. Has it spread so far?
I would think most of the stylish dwarves realize that beards are merely optional. In the heat of the summer, it's far more comfortable to go without a beard.
I liked the style back in my day a little better.
And he, at this point, he turns and just sort of announces to the crowd, everyone, this is Colossus and the Deadpools. And there's a lot of the nervous people look a little cheered at that. And you can see people are getting a little bit closer, although they're still sort of keeping their distance. He turns back to you and says, to your question, I don't think there's anyone who needs healing. People do get sick from time to time. It could come up. I suppose if you're looking for work, I guess I do have a bit of a mystery you could look into while you were here. But I don't mean to trouble you. You should take some time, visit all of the many shops and amenities our town has to offer. Do you have a place to stay? Do you know anyone in town?
We were thinking of staying we were going to check out the The hardball in.
Horrible apothecary.
No.
Horrible or hardball?
A horrible.
We're sorry,
Apothecary.
Mayor. T-Hole's hearing still isn't as good as it used to be. Unfortunately.
You're checking out the horrible apothecary and seeing the finest ale it has to offer.
Oh, I would say no, not for guests of your renown. I wouldn't dream of having you stay at that rat hole, unless you like actual rats, he says, looking at Aurelia.
No, that's disgusting.
As I, of course, figured you would say. He looks embarrassed at that. He was just assuming because cat person, maybe there'd be a thing where you just like to chase rats. But
what place would you recommend?
Well, the premier inn in town is certainly the Crooked Inn. Please come with me. I'm sure we can get you. How long did you need to stay? I'm sure we can get you some sort of discount, given your level of fame.
Hopefully no more than a day, but maybe a bit longer. We're not sure.
We are awaiting someone.
Well, let's go down to the Crooked Inn, and I will talk to the owner. I would imagine we can get the best rooms they have for people like you. I don't know about all of your companions. There are only so many rooms, but I'm sure we can accommodate all of you somewhere.
How many rooms are in this Crooked Inn?
Well, the largest and most well-appointed of the rooms are somewhat limited, but there are rooms enough, I think, for everyone. It's just a question of whether or not any of the sailors have taken up any of the rooms. I doubt they have, though. Usually sailors try to spend as little as possible in towns like these. They don't make that much money to begin with, but we should check. It may be booked to capacity with this many people staying there at once.
I mean, it was booked to capacity. We'll check on it. We'll head that way.
Very well, Lusharosi. I will let her know you're coming. Well, it was an honor meeting you all. If you would, if you want to rest here in town, I think that's fine. If you would like to come and see me about possibly helping us with our little issue, that would also be good. Best to discuss that, however, in my office, which you can find in the central hall here. Simply ask for the mayor and they will lead you to me.
What is your name?
Steelmane.
Steelman. I'm going to squint at him, and I'm going to try to ascertain whether or not he's being genuine.
Okay, give me an insight check. He is, you gather, a little nervous by nature, but, he's genuinely delighted to know that you're not just any random adventurers wandering in with dragonborns and cat people. And
here to terrorize this town.
Right.
It's likely still to happen.
So he wanders off. He begins talking to other people. There are still now people. He's like pointing you out to people as he goes.
So I imagine we start heading our way towards the Crooked Inn.
Yep.
And I'll say as we're walking there, I just don't know if I could, if a dwarf without a beard can be genuine. I don't trust him.
Did not one help us in the manner? Wasn't Daggerface a beardless one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Daggerface and T-Hole, however, did not really get along in the end.
That's fair. You did sell his soul for him.
That's because I didn't have a chance to work on it.
So you make your way to the Crooked Inn. It's pretty busy. I mean, it's sort of late in the afternoon, but you see there are a lot of people in there getting ale. Most of them you imagine are sailors, although they don't appear to be sort of common sailors. They appear to be more ship captains and first mates.
Are there? We'll go up to the barkeep. I'd like to book some rooms for our companions as
And
like the 15
many?
shuffle in.
That's Emperor and Sultan discounts too.
What? How many rooms will you be needing?
All of them.
How many rooms are available?
She starts counting up. Well, we don't have as many rooms as you have people here. Can some of you double up?
Aurelio just looks behind her at the Deadpools. They sure can.
Well, I suppose if we fill every room we have left open, we can accommodate you all, although we'll need at least 2 groups of 2 to share one of the double beds.
They got it.
There's some grumbling among the Deadpools at that, but since Dora's not here, it's not as bad as it might have been.
And it's also one person that we have to account for. Actually, 2 less people with 3 with Lusharosi and Nimrod gone as well. So,
well, and the Piltzes right now aren't even with you, so. So how long are you going to be staying?
That has not been determined.
we'll at least be staying a night, but potentially longer, which we'll be able to let you know on the morrow.
Very well. It'll be a silver piece a head, basically. You can, however, sit down and all of you can have a free ale or beer, whichever you prefer, while Millie gets the rooms ready. Millie, get every room ready! And you hear some girls like, "Wah!" She goes running up, this human girl goes running up the stairs with a bunch of cleaning supplies. She'll probably have them ready. Well, she'll have the main rooms ready in less than an hour.
Does the silver cover a meal?
It can. If you'd like a meal, I can always whip something up for you.
Just to confirm, has it been a day or so since the last, time I had to cast anything? I don't remember what I was casting.
Oh yeah. It's been well, with the time you lost, it's been like 6 days since you left Lusharosi.
Okay. All right.
So everybody sits down, orders whatever drink they feel like ordering. It's all essentially just counted into the silver. And after about an hour or two, I guess actually, everybody make me a perception check.
Perception check. Oh, perceptive.
So as you're eating, you all basically hear the various conversations going on around you. Most of them seem to center, a couple of them are just sort of random conversations about, which group of sailors are a bunch of layabouts and discipline matters going on board the different ships. But a lot of the conversations are about a series of people who have gone missing in town in the past month or so. So not being part of the conversation, it's hard to get an exact sense of what the time frame they're talking about is. But it seems as if these people are just sort of laughing at the fact that townsfolk are just going missing. And the townsfolk are apparently very on edge as a result of it. And so therefore more distrustful of strangers than they normally are. But after about an hour, your rooms are ready. You are all, being the leaders of this group, led to the rooms on the third floor, the upper floor of this particular building. They're relatively larger than the other ones. And they're nice. I mean, the beds, everything looks to be pretty clean. The furniture seems to be pretty sturdy. It is, not the best inn you've ever stayed in, but for a town of this size, it's surprising they have an inn of this quality. So is there anything you want to do while you're in town?
I check the rooms for mirrors.
All of your rooms would have mirrors. The rooms on the second floor, where most of the Deadpools and Colossi are staying, would not.
Okay. If my room has a mirror in it, I'm going to take some sort of sheet or something and cover it.
Okay. I
Had
mean,
a bad experience with a mirror before, so.
Okay, so you cover your mirror. These are not as high quality set of mirrors as the one you had trouble with. These are essentially they're not even really. They're like sheets of just a shiny metal. They're not even like glass over the top of them. So it's not like they're like set up like flush against the wall, and it's not like they're huge. They're like about dinner plate sized.
Okay.
And on handles so that you can use them to check yourself out. But you throw something, wrap yours up, throw it in a closet or out the window.
No, I would throw it out the window. I'd just cover it and put it on the desk, fold it down.
Probably not a nice enough mirror to do like scrying with. What is it?
Oh no, it's not like 1,000 gold piece mirror.
Yeah.
It is like not even 1,000 copper piece mirror.
That's 10 gold.
So I guess I would meet up with the Emperor and the Sultan here. And so did you hear the soldiers talking to the sailors talking about all the missing people in town?
Yes.
It sounds like something the Deadpools could investigate. What do you think?
Sounds like something the mayor will likely ask us to look into.
I think they could handle it.
Yeah, this town seems like they've got. They seem like they know what they're doing. But Zarius, I've been thinking. I'm not necessarily certain why I'm still holding it or why I have this because I can't make any use of it. But now that we have some time we're just waiting around. You cast spells, right? So perhaps the Mordenkainen spellbook here, which I've been carrying this whole time, might be of better use to you than it would be to me.
Spell book.
You got to be careful though. This thing will attack you if you don't.
I was there when it attacked you.
Oh, well then you don't need me to tell you. But obviously I don't have much of a mind for these things. So would you care for it?
You got Mordenkainen's spell book?
Yeah, it's the authentic. It's got his signature on the front page.
Is there anywhere on it that says "if found, please return to," like an address or something?
I'm gonna thumb through it.
But you can't thumb through it without
It's
dislodging the
locked.
sword, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I can't. Well, we can check if we can figure out how to deal with the sword or the attacking you.
I wonder if he knew you had it, he'd come looking for it.
Any idea what sphere, what level of spell is being used for that sword?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking anyone.
Your guess is as good as mine. Perhaps if we had someone who can identify this, then they might be able to tell us.
Are you trained in Arcana?
Me? Yes.
Yeah. Then you can roll Arcana.
Yeah.
You would know that it's probably a variation of the Mordenkainen's sword spell. So, but it's in a sense more powerful than the basic version. So it's probably like 8th or 9th level to make it, but it's essentially a magical item. So you might dispel magic to temporarily disable the sword, but it wouldn't like de-magic the book entirely. So the sword might come back after a time. Like if you use dispel magic on any other animated sword, it'll shut it down for like a minute.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I was just curious if there was like a spell level that I could use so that I didn't have to roll for it. But it sounds like it's too high.
I suppose we'd have to find a way to nullify the magic in this item. It'd be the only way to
At
stop
which point Lokexicus says, "Why didn't you just read it when we're in the anti-magic field?"
Nobody asked you.
Well, we can always go back.
That being said, I do not know if the spells within this book are within my sphere of magic.
Are you sure?
No.
You got to be more confident if you're going to be a sultan.
Is it not the purview of wise rulers to have consultants?
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Then can I use the spells within this book?
I don't see why not.
Without becoming a wizard?
I mean,
I can't even. I don't have the prerequisites to become a wizard. My intelligence is only a 12 and not a 13.
Lokexicus, sort of eyeing the book, says, "You remember how you're supposed to get me that book called the De Fabrica, and you decided not to give it to me because it's potentially evil? I feel like you owe me a book. And this book is really nice," she says, sort of like petting the cover.
well, of course.
Zarius does like think about that. He has the De Fabrica, right?
Yep.
And he pulls it out and says, "I do not know if you are able to even look within the book."
Was the De Fabrica made of like human skin or like?
Yes. Well, it is. The outer cover is covered in leathers made from human skin. And she then says, "Well, I don't actually need to read it. I know the guy who originally owned it, and I was going to sell it back to him."
Yes, of course. Who was this person?
That is my secret. I can't have people doing an end round around me and just selling artifacts back to the buyers I have lined up. That's bad business.
I
have no desire to sell it to anyone.
I mean, maybe we could work something out where I sell it back to him and then I split the money with you.
Let's put it back in the bag. I will consider it.
Perhaps for magic, perhaps in exchange, instead of money, if there's any particular magic items you have, as T-Hole kind of shifts his crown, adjusts his eyes, moves his cape.
Well, I don't have any on me, but we can maybe see what I have in my vault back in Kartha.
Kartha, it's been a while. How's is it Shoji?
Yeah.
Has Aurelia been trying to attune to the Warhorn?
That's
We
what
got
I was
out
going to
of the
ask
thing.
you. Since if we get out of it, I was going to try to do that.
And I would, use the enhance ability on her to help assist her.
Okay, so
So she actually doesn't know how Shoji's been doing, as she's been in jail for a long time, for like close to a year.
Well, who's keeping up the place? Did that intern we hired? Did they turn out?
One of the colossi has said that they actually prepaid all of the rent that was going to be due, although that probably is running out. And you never necessarily know if Shoji is going to honor that deal. Like, he essentially just has an empty space that he could have put people in and collected double rent from, given that he already got paid for it.
Well,
But he was technically paid to keep your space open.
If anybody's in our space, we'll just fucking kick them out.
I mean, it won't be their fault. It'll be Shoji's, your landlord's fault. So
That's not my fault.
well, I suppose if we find anybody in ours that's living there and that shouldn't be, I suppose we can get the sum of the rent that was paid to Shoji in their behalfs, at least as recompense for having someone live in our space.
I forget, what check did you have to make to try to attune to the horn? It's been a while.
It's either a wisdom or charisma.
right.
DC 15. And you have to make 3 of them.
Oh, it's not 5.
Or was it 5? I don't remember.
I just read it. It said 5.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess it's 5 of them. Oh yeah, accumulate 5 successes before 3 failures.
Okay, 5 to 3. Okay.
And I was also told that I couldn't just do a normal attunement. I don't think, was that how it went? Or no, you could. It's just for each hour you spend, you get to make one, right?
Right.
So what are you casting on me?
The enhance ability, I figure being a bard, you would get Eagle's Splendor, advantage on charisma checks.
So you can
Okay.
make the check with advantage.
Oh, okay. So it's just a straight up charisma check?
Yep. So just hit the charisma button.
Hit the charisma button. Charisma.
He's got some real charisma.
Ugh.
So that's
Brutal.
one fail.
Oh,
Give yourself bardic inspiration. You did that with me.
can I do that to myself?
No.
Maybe. Yeah,
Okay, I didn't think so.
Certain bards can. I forgot about that.
Can I use a action point to re-roll?
Yeah, okay, I'll let you use an action point.
That's better. All right. So it's like 1 every hour or something?
Yes.
Okay.
I forget if there was a limit on how many times you could do it a day.
Okay.
Yeah, the main thing was just that it's sufficiently spiritually taxing that it cannot be done as part of a long or short rest. So like you're not getting a rest in by doing it.
Right.
So that's one.
So while she's doing this, what do you two want to do? I mean, the Colossi and the Deadpools are essentially sort of scattering to just check out what's available in town.
I mean, I'm basically there because every hour I got to recast the spell. So
So are you just gonna roll to get this done, or what?
I mean, I guess that's up to you if you want to do that or not.
I mean, is that I guess I don't know. Is that the only thing we're gonna be doing, or what?
You can do that.
Okay.
So it's now like 4 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Now it's like 5, and you have 2 successes.
Okay. 5. Here we go.
6 and 3 successes.
Nice. All my second level spell slots gone using third level.
Oof, that was close.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Oh.
1 fail.
All right. There we go.
Yeah,
So there,
right.
you've attuned to it, and it's now 9 p.m.
And I got no second or third levels.
So
Teal has lost a lot of staring at a horn.
Teal could do other shit.
So yeah, he would have sat there for like half an hour, and then like as he kind of finishes his drink that he brought with him, he's going to
get another and another and another.
He's going to like look at the bottom, and he notices in the bottom of the drink is some residue, and he's gonna do his natural portents.
Okay.
It's a wisdom check.
Yep.
Honestly. CSS. Nice.
You made it. So as you're sitting there staring at the horn for hours on end, you do notice, or certainly Zarius notices, as he's only active for like 6 seconds every hour, that the bar is like filling up with more and more people who are clearly just there to see Zarius and Lusharosi. At least as far as they know, it's Zarius and Lusharosi.
And for hours, we're not down there.
Okay, so they don't know. All right, so because they don't know who Aurelia is.
Right, because they don't know who Aurelia is, and like,
gotcha. Okay,
you know, big
is a cat-headed person.
Right, puma-headed person. They were expecting Lionhead, but you know, I guess these errors happen.
Yeah.
Do I know this as Aurelia? Do I know that they think I'm Lusharosi?
That's what the mayor said.
You are right. That's what the mayor said. But you are so wrapped up in trying to attune to this horn, because it is a battle of wills between you and this horn.
Yes.
So Teal would have gone down to get another drink, and he would have probably sat in the common room for like an hour, maybe 2, depending, maybe 2, to kind of like hear as the people are following and then kind of hear the chatter.
Yeah, I mean, initially the innkeeper was chasing them out, and then she realized like what an opportunity this is, and she was just demanding that if they want to crowd in to see the Colossus and the Deadpools, they need to start buying drinks. So even if they're standing up, like lined along the edge of the walls, because there's not enough chairs for them all, she's making them all buy drinks as they're there. Were you attuning to this like down in the bar area or up in your room?
I would assume that this wouldn't be in a public place. I mean, unless Zarius thought it was a good idea.
No.
Okay.
So yeah, then you definitely don't realize that that's what they're there for.
Okay.
But they are there to see the Colossus and the Deadpools. And when T-Hole comes down, the barkeep yells, "There's one now!" And there's like a cheer that goes up as people stare, and then it mutes a bit because they don't know who you are.
Nice to see everyone. Nice to see you.
So a lot of the chatter you would hear is, like, which one is that? I don't remember that one.
And he's gonna shake his head and just listen in on for a little bit, and just kind of mutter to himself.
So are you actively engaging with these people, or are you just passively listening?
Passively listening.
Okay, so give me a perception check. So mostly what you hear is there's the speculation about which Deadpool you are from the stories, or a few people who just aren't sure that you're actually one of the Deadpools and that maybe like you're a character who will appear in the future books. There are also a fair bit of discussion about the various adventures that people have read thus far. Some of them you've already heard of before. Others not so much. Like there's something about stealing an elephant statue from an ivory tower. You've definitely not heard that one before. And that one actually sounds like it's kind of more set in some other land, as it seems to be. Locale seems to be some sort of desert environment with a tower made of actual ivory, not just like a white tower, but somehow this impossibly tall tower made of ivory, which you're not even sure how that would work, in which there was some enchanted elephant statue that was guarded by devils that had to be rescued by you in order to thwart some greater plan. You also hear, there is a little bit of discussion of people disappearing, but not so much of that. Mostly they're interested in you guys. Few people bitch about the prices that the barkeep has started charging for the beers, as apparently they've gone up since crowds started turning up.
He'll finish his drink and kind of put his mug down and get away and push away from the stool and walk over to I guess just towards the folks sitting on the wall. It's like, I overheard you talking about this ivory tower comic. Which one are they on now?
Well, the latest one I've seen is issue 13, book 13, that is.
Book 13.
Right.
When we've seen them before, where they've been like books, like.
Yeah, you've only seen, they're not like paper comics. These are hardbound books.
Okay. Interesting. What happened in the latest one?
Well, the latest one was the one where Yol went to some far-off island off the continent of Slaheron that was essentially like a sandbar. It's the one with the ivory tower in it, where you had to get the statue of the elephant god in order to bring down a cult that was sweeping through Ismailir.
How long ago did it come out?
I can't say. It's we only know when they, roughly when they arrive in town. I couldn't even tell you that book 13 is the last of the books, but it's been in stock in the bookstore for at least a month.
Interesting. They always get my picture wrong in these things.
Might I ask, which of the Colossi or Deadpools are you, sir?
Well, I'm T-Ho. Although
Tio. And there's like a line, like a wave shoots through the crowd as everybody starts repeating your name.
He just kind of closes his eyes and just listens to the adulation. Just for a moment.
So this guy smiles very broadly and says, Emperor T-Hole here in our town. I can hardly believe it. So are you here to help with the missing people?
You know, the damnedest thing is I hear people in here earlier were laughing about people going missing. This doesn't seem like something to laugh about.
I can't imagine why anyone would laugh at our plight, sir. It's monsters or demons, I'm not sure which, but people just randomly go missing. People start acting weird and then they'll disappear.
The land is rife with both of those things, both of which we've encountered on the way here. When you say acting weird, what can you describe what weird is?
It seemed like it varied from person to person, but they start forgetting little things about their lives or just acting different towards people around them, more irritable, less social, not wanting to talk to their neighbors, and then they'll disappear.
Is there a pattern to who gets affected, or to who gets affected, or where this kind of illness or madness spreads?
Well, we don't know where they go, sir. So I don't know if it's madness or what. Madness doesn't necessarily just make you vanish from the face of the world. But there is a bit of a pattern. If you ask me, a lot of people see different patterns and things. But the way I see it, it's been men and women. It's been old and young. The only thing is, it's always been the wealthy or the well-positioned. You never see like just random farmers disappear like that. Or at least I've not heard stories of that. In fact, you see like there's like a realization that crosses his face. Well, perhaps you and your friends should take a little care, sir, because, well, there's probably nobody more famous in town than you.
Well,
I mean, you're an emperor, so if they're willing to snatch up the captain of the guard, why would they not snap up a powerful wizard?
I'd like to see them try.
That's fair enough, sir, but we don't know what it is. We don't know that they even give you a target. I would just pay attention. If you start forgetting things, there could be trouble. You may need to seek out help. The help of your friends, perhaps. I shouldn't trouble you with things like that, sir. I'm sure with Lusharosi here, if it's demons, he'll be able to take them out lickety split.
You would think. He's you would think. Well, thank you for the heads up. Do you know who's the latest person who's disappeared?
That would be the captain of the guard, Olier.
Olier? I'd like to. Do you know where Mrs. Olier?
There ain't no Mrs. Olier, sir. He was a single gentleman, but he was in the main guardhouse. If you need more information about him, all of his best friends are there.
Man who married his job. I will be certain to check that out. Thank you.
Can I, just, if I may ask, sir, do you still have the magic eye of Grumsh?
I'll just wink.
Well, if you still have it, then it might help you to, ferret out this evil, whatever it is.
I'll keep that in mind. And then I'll walk away. and go back upstairs. What time? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you're doing this kind of in the middle of,
there.
right, of her doing this. So she's going to wrap up attuning to the horn probably about 9. So, it's summer. It's not even necessarily dark out yet. It's probably about 7. But as you start to walk away, a lot of people do come forward, each holding books and clamoring for autographs.
I'll think about it.
There's a lot of disappointment in this crowd suddenly. But you leave them behind and they go back to their drinks.
All right, and I'll go back upstairs, and I imagine I still see Aurelia staring at the war horn, and Zarya is just kind of like resting.
Yeah, he's doing some general cleaning on the armor and stuff, piece by piece.
It's filling up down there. The whole common room is full of folks lined wall to wall to see the Colossus and the Deadpools.
Thank you for the warning.
They're going to ask for autographs. I'm trying to keep my autograph as rare as yours there is.
I do not intend to go back down there.
I did get a little more information about the disappearances. Seems that it's happening only to the wealthy, and that those who disappear kind of forget themselves, grow irritable, and then all of a sudden vanish.
Don't suppose this sounds like some kind of illness?
I mean, it certainly could be. There could be, and you've not heard of an illness that's like this, but there definitely could be an illness that makes people begin to forget things and wander off.
I'm just thinking like the fungus that invades like an insects that makes them just wander off and die.
Right. It could be that. Although, in a magical fantasy world, that particular fungus probably makes them begin to eat people on the way.
Possible. Or somehow infect the rest of the people, which
Right.
These rich people obviously are going to interact with each other.
Right.
And not interact with the poor people. Why would they do that?
Right. It is. I mean, if it's limited to this more prominent people of society, then it still could be an illness because it might just be that these more prominent people all hang out together.
Right.
They all drink from the same well.
Now you said has it only been the wealthy of the village, or are there any outliers?
From the person I spoke to, it seems to only be affecting the wealthy. But that's not to say that he is has the sole truth in all perspectives.
Indeed.
The closest lead I have is to head to the barracks where the captain of the guard earlier disappeared.
Was he considered wealthy then?
Must be as wealthy as a captain would be.
I suppose this might be why the mayor is more eager to get this sorted.
Yeah. Maybe he thought the disease could be spread by beard, which is why he shaved his. I guess I wouldn't fault him for that. If he was afraid he'd get madness. Or maybe he already is mad.
Did you ask if the mayor seemed to be acting unusual?
Did not. That's a good question. I should have, though. I can. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna pan back and forth. Are you two wrapping this up sometime soon?
How far in are we?
She's got about another 2 hours to go. But at that point, she doesn't necessarily know. It could be 3 or 4.
She is still working.
Well, I might, there's no objections, I might pay a visit to Olier. Otherwise, I'll just check if you guys wish to wait a couple hours. I can just bumble around the shops or something.
Yeah, Aurelia still is just staring intently at the horn. Like, you know, if Asimar had sweat glands, which they don't, she'd probably be sweating. But
Gives us the advantage in desert. I don't know.
or disadvantage.
Or not, yeah.
It's well known that Asimar have to pant to maintain their body temperature.
Mm-hmm. Can only sweat through their nose. Do as you wish. If you wish to have us with you before talking to the mayor, then do other things.
Olier, not the mayor. The captain of the guard.
I thought he was kidnapped or
Or
disappeared.
he has kidnapped his associates in the barracks. Would know him. At least can give some account of his recent actings.
Then, so before you go, then I will touch you on your shoulder and say a quick, a short prayer under the breath, and you will hear the faint howl of some creature far off. But I'm going to cast Death Ward on you. There
Thank
might be a slight shiver.
you, Zarius. I feel colder already. Well,
If you are in danger, run.
well, no guarantees, but I'll keep it in mind. And I'll go. I'll walk back downstairs, and I'll head out of the inn and start walking to where I saw the mayor. The mayor. So I'm going to stop by the mayor if I see if I can find him again.
So it turns out, well, Peter can check his character sheet to see if there's a reason why he's getting this extra odd bonus to his charisma checks. But Peter may need one more success because he's actually failed twice if that +2 shouldn't be there.
I don't know why it added it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I don't have anything checked.
Yeah, I don't remember any reason you'd be getting +2 to all of your charisma checks.
Because the only thing I can think of is something to do with the bard. But I looked at bard. Is it jack of all trades or something?
Oh, you know what? That's it. It's jack of all trades. That's what it's adding. So never mind. You do
Okay.
got it.
Okay. Well, I was just.
This is a skill check. Basically, it's an ability check. So jack of all trades applies to it.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't realize that. I was like, right.
That's 16. Almost became a 14.
Yeah, and I almost had to burn another action point. How many do we have in this game? 2 or 1?
2.
Okay.
So if you are looking for the mayor, you head to the sort of the central, the town hall, and it is locked up tight. Stay open till all hours.
Is it still? But are people still in the streets? Still kind of bustling?
Yeah, I mean it's still probably it's a little before 8 o'clock at night.
So I would try the door, and then it doesn't budge, presumably. So then I'll kind of like try to peek in the windows. Or are there windows to peek in?
There are windows. It doesn't look like there's anyone inside.
So then I'll try to flag someone down nearby. Excuse me. Can you point me to the barracks, or at least towards the direction of the barracks?
Well, yes, they're very hard to miss, sir. If you go to the south gate of the town, you'll see there's a small bridge that crosses a little bit of the water into the stone fortress outside. The barracks are in there.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
So you headed in that direction. Sure enough, right through the south gate, there is a walkway that leads across the water into the main gate of what looks like a star fortress. At least it's vaguely star-shaped with 4 pointed corners on it. The walls are about 30 feet high, and it seems to be set right in the water itself. So it was probably built pretty deep in there. It looks to be a pretty old structure, much older than anything you see in the town. So you're not sure if it was built here and then the town was built around it, or everything in the town just got rebuilt. But it appears to be here mostly to defend the harbor area. There are several guards that are flanking the main entrance, though, who look as if they probably will prevent you from simply going inside.
I'll walk up to them. Evening, gentisters. Fine night.
Evening, yes, seems to be. At least the damned heat is dissipated.
Finally. Then,
Can we help you with something?
yeah, I heard recently that Olier disappeared, and he came down with some sort of illness or some sort of condition, and I wanted to inquire about it.
May I ask why, sir?
Well, I am T-Hole, and of the Colossus and the Deadpools, Emperor T-Hole. Your
So,
Emperor T-Hole.
when they hear T-Hole, they don't necessarily react. When they hear the other, you say, of the Colossus and the Deadpools, most of the guards seem to know who that is. One of them seems a little clueless, but is surprised to see, and then looking around when he realizes that the others are deeply impressed by that. Well, I guess come with me, sir. I'll take you to the acting captain. He probably can tell you as much as anyone.
Perfect, thank you.
So he leads you inside. You go towards the southern wall. There is a series of chambers. In one of them appears to be sort of set up as an office. And in there you see a dwarf, this dwarf having a beard. And the guard makes an introduction to you. This is our acting captain. Don't call him Iron Shorts, because he hates that. But that's what everybody calls him.
Evening, Captain, acting Captain.
Devane. I am acting Captain Devane. How? What is it that you need, sir?
I wanted to inquire about our late Captain Olier and his actions.
Well, I like to think he isn't late, sir. He's just missing for the moment.
Well, can't make assumptions.
I agree with that. I expect him to turn up at some point. I expect them all to turn up at some point.
I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about. I've heard some of the town folk talk about the strange behaviors, but it sounds no more credible than putting your ear on the rumor mill. So I was hoping that you could tell me a little bit more in detail of how Captain Olier was acting into in the events leading up to his disappearance.
I suppose so. If you could help us find him, that would be appreciated. Well, it sort of started when he just didn't turn up one morning. We went to find him, and he was out wandering about the town, essentially just wasting time, which is very much not like him. He was, for a human, pretty diligent fellow. But Olier, when he came back to the fort, when he was escorted back, he didn't seem to have the proper command of the names of all of the people who he was supposed to be commanding, which was also very odd for him. He had a vague sense of who we were. He knew some of us well enough, I guess. He knew who I was. But the individual men, he used to could be able to greet them all by name. Not like there's a huge crowd of us. There's only 60, but he took great pride in greeting everyone by name every morning when he saw them. Not that day, though. He couldn't identify any of us. We figured he'd been out drinking something, just having a bad day the way you do. But it just got worse over time. He was forgetting things like guard schedules. He was not showing up for work at all. He seemed more interested in just playing around in town than anything else. He was inspecting ships on his own, one by one, looking for something, I don't know what. But that's not his job. He doesn't go and inspect the ships. Our men do that. He oversees them sometimes, but he doesn't physically go, let alone all by himself, which is just a recipe for disaster. So yeah, it was all sorts of things. He wasn't a married man, but his neighbors said that he knew who they were perfectly well. He seemed to have full command of everything about his own house, but the things here in the actual guardhouse he didn't know anything of. His own duties, he could care less about them.
How long was he like this? Was it all of a sudden, or was it an onsetting of effects?
I mean, it seemed like it got a little worse from the first day he missed work, but it was pretty much bad on the first day and then got worse for 5 days. Then he disappeared. And he's not the only one. Ship captains have disappeared, which means a lot of the ships that are out here are lacking captains at this point.
I see. Well, I heard from the rumor mill that this seems to have only affected folks of wealthy status.
Wow. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, some of the ship captains, I guess, might have been wealthy, but I don't know that. I would say it's been, the town alderman it happened to. It's been prominent people, I might say, more than wealthy people.
Have you had any issues with demons in this town recently?
Demons, no. I mean, stories abound, of course, from all corners of the world that demons and giants are coming back and that they're in league with the elves and corrupted. But we've not seen any of that here.
Well, those are all true. You will find those up further north, northwest, and the Longspear. For the people that have Captain Olier and perhaps some of the others that have disappeared, do you do you know where they might have? Did they all have like a? Was there some sort of place that they could go, or
I mean, they could have gone virtually anywhere. It's a port town. They could have just boarded a ship, paid passage, and disappeared without telling anyone. But that would have been odd. I mean, we checked their homes. There wasn't much more we could do. If they walked out of here on the roads, we'd not find them. If they sailed out of here on a ship, we'd not find them. We did, the normal search of the nearby area in case something had happened to them and they were laying somewhere injured or dead. But we never found any sort of foul play.
interesting?
I mean, given who you are, I suppose if you wanted to search Olier's house, I could allow it, but I don't know that you'd find anything.
Well, can I tell what time it is?
Yeah, it's about 9 p.m.
Well, I think I might like to search Olier's house, just to have any, just to not tie, or just to tie up any loose ends that might be there. But I'm gonna go consult with my companions prior to doing so.
Very well, sir. He rifles through a cabinet off to the side of him and pulls out a key. This is the spare key to his front door, so you don't have to break in. If anyone hassles you or asks what you're doing, you can tell them that I said you were allowed to go in.
I will do that. And Captain, or acting Captain,
Devane.
acting Captain Devane Iron Shorts.
You see, like, he bites his tongue when you say iron shorts. Very well, sir. If you do find anything, obviously let us know.
I'll be sure to do so. Thank you very much. And I will do a pull of George Costanza and just leave. And head back to the inn.
So you head back to the inn. Apparently, Aurelia has finished attuning to the horn. The crowd has not abated. If anything, in fact, now that it's begun to get dark, the crowd is sort of picking up a bit. You do see there's like a number of people sort of come up to the front door of the inn, sort of look inside and see how crowded it is, literally standing room only, and just walk off to go to one of the other drinking establishments in this town rather than have to stand to drink their drinks.
Stand for this. We'll go to the horrible alchemist.
Right. You do see that a trio of bards, or at least minstrels, have moved in and begun playing on not so much a stage, but it is a little 5x5 raised platform in one of the corners. So you are done now, Aurelia and Zarius. What do you want to do?
It's what, 9-ish?
Yep.
Sounds like my bedtime. I guess I should probably eat something.
So I would
have someone bring food.
You can. What do you want? I don't have any idea what Dragonborn eat, I'm afraid.
Meat is fine.
Very well. We will have something brought to your room. And for you, Lusharosi?
I looked behind me. What?
Did you want something to eat?
Do you have any cheese?
I'm sure we can bring you up a selection of cheeses, unless there's a particular kind you want.
Oh, selection would be fine.
So this man pops downstairs, passing by T-Hole as T-Hole comes back up.
So I would see that you are no longer staring at the war horn. So it is done then.
It is.
Good. Hopefully, you get good use out of it. So I'm gonna relay what I found out from Captain O'Leary.
Devane. Iron shorts.
And yeah, I found out about Captain O'Leary. Funny thing, this curse of people just wandering off. What if that's what happened with Dora?
It's kind of far. I mean, it happened in this town, and Dora was how far away?
About 200 miles.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing.
Or did not seem to behave differently, as far as I know.
I mean, she's always irritable and standoffish, so maybe it would have been easier to or harder to detect. But I'll produce the key. I have this key to Ole's house. Interesting thing about the most interesting detail I think that I picked up from Devane Iron Short's story was that the captain was not himself in anywhere except at home.
How would he know?
He said he spoke with his neighbors, and his neighbors indicated that he had the same presence of command that he always did. But whenever he came into the barracks or was around the city, it just seemed like a different person. I think it might be not a bad idea to go to his house and see if there's any sort of wards or things in place that can maybe help us understand what this could be behind this effect.
Was he unique in this aspect compared to the others who have disappeared?
I think we'd have to gather more testimony from those who've been affected, or at least from those who are close to the affected.
So what dead pools we send in to investigate this?
Well, I wouldn't mind going for another walk. If you guys come on and join me.
Walk through town? Are we gonna go go to the shops? What do you mean?
To Olier's house.
Don't we have people for this now, Emperor?
I mean, I suppose. But what else are we gonna do? Sit here and stare at the war horn for another 4 hours?
No, but we could do fun stuff. Like we could go and go check out the town and the nightlife.
I mean, I suppose we could. I think Cartha is going to be a lot more interesting for nightlife. I'm kind of saving. I'm saving myself for Cartha.
Well,
But if you want to check out the town, we can, I suppose.
well, I guess we could do both, and we could just go over and look at his house or whatever, and then leave.
We wish to do this now.
Yeah, now I mean it's kind of late.
Suppose we could wait till morning. It's not like Olier is going anywhere.
Well,
Sounds like he's gone.
Precisely.
I don't know. Are there any of the within the company that have any sort of connection with Zarius?
I mean, you would have worked with all of them, but they all sort of were employees.
Mhm.
So none have any. I mean, you would probably be more likely to work with the ones who are more identified with the Colossus side than with the Deadpool side.
I don't. What side?
Are there any other? Who's got a bunch of dwarves and a half?
Right? They are all like created races. There are no actual Dragonborn. You are the only Dragonborn in the company.
I am now the only Colossus.
Right.
See, I always think like Numerius. I kind of think of Numerius as a Colossus, just one that gets hit
Right.
in the
Well,
face.
right. Numerius is definitely one of the more Colossus people. Akiriko Aramaki is one of the Colossuses. Alma de Cartha is probably a Colossus. The rest were all Deadpools for the most part. Nistel is sort of in between the two groups.
Now, this being said, I wasn't present for the forming of this company. Me, right? So I don't know what the difference is.
Oh, the difference is just attitude in general. Only Mike really went through this with me, but what happened was once upon a time there was an adventuring company called the Colossus Company, and they had a rival company called the Deadpools. The Colossus Company was very upright and honorable and did their job to the best of their ability, and the Deadpools often slacked off, maybe got the job half done, demanded full payment for their partial day's work. Well, one day they all got trapped in a dungeon in Secundus, and they had to work together to get out. And so many of them died that they were kind of like at half strength each. So they decided to have a merger and filed their certificate of merger with the city officials, so that then they became the Colossus and the Deadpools. So the Colossi were the more honorable ones who actually had like a work ethic. And the Deadpools were like Hellweir and everyone else who were more in it for the carnage.
Gotcha. Okay, sure.
It's plausible. So I guess we can check out the town, or we can stop by Olier's and see if there's anything amiss.
So what you want to do?
Sleep.
I mean, I will say you will discover, checking out the town, you'll discover that other than the taverns and inns, most everything closes after dark. There is a theater in town, but the theater's closed after dark because they use daylight to light everything up rather than fire. So there's, unless you want to drink, there's not that much to do. As you're out wandering, though, you would begin to draw a crowd of semi-sober people who are just fascinated to see, like they can't identify any of the other Colossus and the Deadpools who are sort of out and about drinking and having a good time. Although probably everybody is going to go to bed early since this is their first night to sleep in a bed in a while. But yeah, you draw some attention. I won't even ask if Zarius will sign autographs, as most people don't have, like, you know, they would have to be even more annoying of, oh my God, there's Zarius. Can you wait here while I run home and get my books and a quill and ink and then come back?
He wouldn't be there.
Right.
That being said, Zarius would also just, tell T-Hole that he would rather stay here. It is late. I've expended many spells.
That's fair. We can always go in the morning. So, I'll go into to presumably a master suite.
There are no suites per se, but there are larger rooms and smaller rooms.
The Emperor's Suite.
Yeah, you were put into one of the. You were put into one of the larger rooms. The room Zarius was given is actually the largest room in the inn.
Yeah.
So if you want a PvP to see who keeps it.
I want a pillow fight.
Right.
So,
Zarius activates Spirit Guardians, starts mowing through guests in adjacent rooms.
Shredding pillows.
if I could, I would make a note to see who, if Lokexicus gets her own room, if she doesn't, who she goes in the room with.
She actually does have her own room.
Okay. All right.
But does she go in alone?
Right. That doesn't mean she goes in alone, but
That's correct. Yeah.
How are the beds?
on the floor you're on, they're pretty good. All the furniture seems to be well crafted. Probably shipped in and not necessarily local, but maybe there's a very good wood carver, or was at one time, in the area.
So I guess since it's late and there's not much of a desire to go out, I would lay in my bed and start and go to rest.
Okay, so you all rest. The night passes uneventfully. The next morning comes.
All right.
As you get up, Zarius, you hear a knock at your door.
One moment. As I take the time to put my armor on.
10 moments.
But I guess
so
one's done.
you have heavy armor, right?
I believe that's what it is.
So it's like 10
It's the
minutes
scale.
to put on 10 minutes to put on
It's
your armor.
the scale mail. So that might be medium?
You're proficient. It only takes 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, so it's like 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, you go over and check the door. Nobody's there. Whoever it was didn't wait. T-Hole, you hear a knock at your door about 30 seconds after that.
Um, in classic T-hole fashion, he'd answer the door with no pants on.
It's Lokexicus, and so she doesn't necessarily care, although she definitely looks. So she is mostly staring down as she talks to you. I was just wondering, what is it that we are going to do here? I have not heard that Lusharosi is in town yet, though there is still that one inn that's very far away that I don't think anyone has checked. Nobody has talked to a ship captain to see if there are ships that are going to be available, although I guess we don't know when we're leaving yet, so the ships seem like they depart a day or 2 days after they arrive.
My eyes are up here.
I know.
Well, after talking with some of the folks last night, many of the ship captains have disappeared with the same sort of illness or cause that has caused other town folks to disappear. So our chances of procuring a ship might be slim at the moment because all the captains are gone.
I imagine they must have. I mean, most ships aren't owned by their captains, and captains die. It just happens. So normally, a first mate would take control of the ship and leave, unless they think their captain will be back, maybe, and they have some personal sense of loyalty. Are the captains disappearing? I have not heard this.
According to Iron Shorts, acting captain of the guard, that's what he mentioned. Anyways, captain of the guard disappeared, so we were going to check out his residence today and just see if there was any sort of clues that might indicate what came over him before he left, before he disappeared.
That sounds boring. Why would do we care? Are they paying us for this?
Well, we have to kill time until Lusharosi gets here anyway.
Yeah, she occasionally glances up at your eyes as she's talking to you. Well, okay. Whatever you find to be fun is fine. I guess I'll leave word at the 2 other inns in case Lusharosi shows up, so he'll know that we're in this inn. And then I guess I will go see whatever show they are showing at their playhouse.
Yeah, you enjoy yourself in this backwater place. Can't wait to get back to Cartha.
Oh, me neither. I want my own bed back.
Yes. Same. So I'll shut the door.
Yeah, she wanders off.
And get clothed and go around, knock on people's doors, get going.
Yes, some of them are there, some of them aren't. But everyone is probably up somewhere.
Aurelia, Zarius.
I said 1 moment.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Must have been someone else.
So yeah, I guess I want to double check here because it may have been like a special kind of dragon scale mail, like a plate version. Because I got the AC as if I have plate, so I don't know.
I'd have to dig it up again. So we'll leave it at that. I'll look it up at some point.
All right. Um, after
I was like,
breakfast,
what plus would it have to have a +4? That is some very magic scale mail.
but yeah, so like the thing about scale mail, because it's medium, I have to add my dexterity modifier, which is a -1.
It's a +5.
Yeah.
It's probably not scale mail +5.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I will have to check there. There may have been something special about it. I'll just dig up my notes. So you're going to go check out Olier's house?
Yes.
Do we wish to go there or to the mayor first?
Well, let's check out Olier's and see if there's anything of interest there. And then depending on what we find, perhaps we can check out the mayor, head to the mayor afterwards and see if he could provide more context or information.
This is fine. But when we go to the mayor, I suggest we do not mention our prior investigations, just to see what he says.
So you head over to the house that Iron Shorts said was Olier's. The key pops into the lock. It's a relatively, I mean, it's not the smallest home in town by any means, but it's nowhere near the biggest. It's on the smaller side. Pop the key in the lock. It opens immediately. The inside is, it's pretty barren. There's not a lot of material possessions it seems like the captain owned, but it at least does seem relatively tidy. There is, you see there a rotting and half-eaten plate of food on one of the tables in the main room. There is a small kitchen in the back. There doesn't seem to be, like, this is definitely the sort of town where they'd have more outhouses than bathrooms. But most things seem to be in pretty good order. The bed is made. It's a little bit dusty. Could probably use a good dusting. But otherwise, give me investigation checks. And T-Hole, because you have your eyes of minute seeing, you could get advantage on it.
Very good.
So, yeah, you didn't even need the eyes. But as you're looking, like I said, for the most part, you find everything is sort of in order. You would gather from the possessions that this guy was not especially rich, as it turns out. He may have been prominent because of his position, but he at least wasn't spending his money on the possessions in his home. And the home itself isn't super fancy, so you wouldn't expect it would have cost a whole lot. You do, however, find in the center, near the center of the house, there is a closet. You're not sure what its original purpose was, but there are a series of shelves in there at some sort of storage. In there, you find there's just piles of rope, all of which appear to have been cut. And you notice that amongst them, there is just a little bit of blood. And from the blood that's there, you begin to realize that there was probably more blood at some point, but it was cleaned up. Checking the bits of rope, you could see there's stains of blood embedded in the individual bits of rope. And that wasn't cleaned nearly as well.
You said that the rope looked like it was cut, or it was like frayed, or
No, it looks as if at some point, like these were probably several lengths of rope, like enough to bind up like a small pile of wood or something like that, or maybe enough if you were tying somebody up enough to tie up like their hands and feet. But it looks as if around the knots, rather than untying the knots, somebody cut the rope directly. And you could see that there was probably a spray of blood where the rope was cut to undo them. But there are several lengths, so it wasn't just, if somebody was tied up, it's not just hands and feet. They probably had many lengths of ropes tied around them to bind up arms and legs.
I'd motion for the others. Seems we seems there was a grizzly, something fairly grisly in this closet here. I'm gonna
Just a closet.
Yeah. I mean, it was
Where's the rope
probably,
located?
it was in the closet, just sort of in the floor underneath the shelves, on the floor rather.
Okay. And just not a whole lot of it, though, right?
No, it's not like 50 feet of rope. It's probably maybe
just enough to tie somebody's hands, not enough to make like a noose or something.
no, not enough for. Well, if it hadn't been cut up into different lengths, it might have been enough to make a noose. But it was probably, from the lengths of it, if it was used to tie somebody up, probably somebody tied their hands, tied another loop around their abdomen and arms to keep their arms down, tied their legs up in one or two places, and then tied their feet together.
Anything else in this closet?
There's really nothing in here except there's a tin of what appears to be flour on a high shelf, but and it is relatively close to the kitchen, so it may have been intended to be a pantry, but it's probably just a general utility closet. Certainly it's not hidden. It's obviously a closet of some sort.
Right. I just wouldn't, where the closet was located, just like in a hallway or.
Yes, in a hallway just off the kitchen. So you cross the hallway and then you're in the kitchen.
Okay.
Zarius.
There are multiple floors?
No, it's a single floor.
And
Zarius, can you sense? Are you able to sense anything magical?
Do you wish to know hastily, or would you allow me time?
Are you asking me if you could take 10 minutes?
Yes.
That is fine.
Ritually cast detect magic.
Let me see. So the only thing you find that is magical is a cane that is in the front of the house.
Sword cane?
Yes, it is a sword cane.
All right.
But the rope itself, there's nothing else magical in the place. The rope seems to be mundane.
One story place or?
Yes. And there doesn't appear, I mean, it's right on the coast, so you wouldn't expect there to be a basement, but you also don't see any evidence of a basement.
Besides his cane, everything is clean.
All right. I was thinking maybe there would be some sort of magic, something magic about this some word about this place that would cause Bollier to not be to act differently here than out there, but apparently not.
Perhaps his neighbors do not know him as well as they think.
Possible. Very possible.
This rope is suspect. Trying to see if I have any spells that might help here. Any other spells? Are there any pictures or anything?
Probably not. I mean, there might be like a painting or two on the walls, but you don't see any portraits of any individuals.
Okay. And any sort of like, small shrine or dedication or something?
No, but from you don't see anything like that. You do see there is a holy symbol of Lusharosi,
Mm-hmm.
which
Just
you
on a
would
table.
recognize from Lusharosi. It's in his bedroom, and it's kind of on a what's the word? Like on lost the word for whatever a normal bureau, basically propped up in a way where he probably propped it up so that it could be easily seen from different spots in the room. So in some sense given a little bit of prominence, but it's not exactly a shrine, it's just the holy symbol.
Okay.
Well, I suppose we could talk to the mayor again, or see if if we can find, and he might be able to point us to any other victims. It'd be interesting to see if there were similar ropes, or at their places.
Again, I suggest we not mention our prior investigations. I am curious what he might say, not knowing what we have done already.
Agreed.
Just in case he is attempting to throw suspicion away, or even ask for a different favor altogether.
So you're heading to the town hall then?
Yep.
Sounds like it?
So you get there in a couple minutes. The town itself is not that big. This time it is unlocked. There are not many rooms in the town hall, but it opens onto essentially a foyer. There is a person who is just standing inside the foyer with his hands behind his back. He looks potentially a little bit sick, like he has a cold. Oh, you are the Colossus in the Dead Pools, right?
Some of us.
I had heard from the mayor that you were in town. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Do you need some help?
I'd like to speak to the mayor. Is
Oh,
he around?
he is, and I'm sure he will be glad to see you. Follow me. And he essentially just leads you to the back of the room where there's a set of double doors. He knocks before opening them, and there you see the mayor, Steelmane, is sitting behind a desk. He has a paperwork in front of him, but he immediately stands up when he sees you behind his aide. Oh, hello. I didn't expect to see you. Are you enjoying town?
It's quiet. This is nice. Charming.
We do like quiet?
From time to time, it's a nice break.
Did you need me to help introduce you to the ship captains? Is that why you're here?
We wouldn't mind that. But you mentioned that you could use some help yesterday.
Yes, there are plenty of people in town who are up in arms because several people have moved out of the town recently. He looks at the aide. You can leave. We'll discuss this in private. And he goes back behind the desk and sits down. The aide walks out and closes the doors behind him. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink?
I'm fine. Thank you, though.
Sarius, Lusharosi?
I am fine.
I'm good.
He pours himself a glass of water. So, there are, as I said, people who are very upset that some people have chosen to leave. Personally, I don't think it's all that odd. People leave from time to time. Perhaps more people have left in the past 2 months or so than is normal, but not unusually higher than normal.
Who is left?
Well, there was the captain of the guard. There was the head of our sanitation group. He left. Took his family with him too, but nobody seems to think that, for some reason that's all that unusual. The owner of the local warehouse, who I admit it's odd that he would leave, as he did leave his family behind, and well, yeah, he was probably one of the wealthier individuals in the town, given that most of the shipping that comes in has to make use of the warehouse at some point when they're ready to sail off and have a cargo in their holds. There was also our local journalist, more of a muckraker, really, not much of a loss that she went missing or left or whatever she did. She did have a son here in town, though, and he is still here. He's basically an adult. He's 18 years old, so he believes there's some foul play, I suppose. He is as much a muckraker as his mother ever was, so he gets people very nervous about these things. I think most of the rumors may well be sourced directly from him.
What sort of rumors?
Oh, the rumors are all over the place that demons have taken them, that portals would appear and people would fall through them, that they would simply vanish in a puff of smoke or be teleported away by various evil forces, that there is a contingent of elves kidnapping them. I don't even know that I've heard all of the rumors.
Was there anyone else?
Let me think. Who did I name so far?
Head of the guard, head of sanitation, head of the warehouse, and the journalist.
There was also one of the merchants, a dressmaker, who was fairly prominent in town. She probably did most of the trade of clothing, at least within the town, and she was instrumental in helping to ship clothing that comes in from the various merchant ships to different cities across and towns across Firas. I believe that's it. I have no doubt there are other people who have died or disappeared before the recent spate that people have retroactively decided were part of the pattern, but none that I know of for certain.
When was your last census? How many people do you know are in the town?
Well, this not being the Empire, we don't generally do conduct censuses. The Marquis of Firas will sometimes send a censor down in order to conduct a census, but we don't keep records of such things here. I do happen to know from informal accounts that there are within the greater area of the town, about 15,000 people, including farmers and family members, slaves. Not many slaves left these days, of course. I mean, to the extent that there were foul play, it very easily could be that elves were doing it. They'd seem to be the most likely, but why would they not free the few slaves that are left?
That'd be too obvious.
And why take the occasional citizen? What interest do they have in disrupting our local commerce? It all seems fairly far-fetched to me.
So if it's if this seems like it's nothing to worry about, it's just people leaving, then what would you like for us to do?
Well, I admittedly did consider asking you to help. I realize now that if you were to go around asking questions, given your prominence and your level of fame, I fear you would just stir up these crazy rumors more than anything. I mean, unless you can basically put an end to them and just prove somehow that there was no foul play, I'm not sure that I would want you to do anything. That's why in the end I suggested you just leave it to us and enjoy your stay.
Can I, get a sense of if he's above board here?
Yeah, sure.
Of insight?
Give me an insight.
Ugh. I'm going to use an action point. Fuck you.
You nonetheless get the sense that there's a lot of things he's not telling you,
Sure.
but that he doesn't want you looking into this.
Is there a... How are you appointed to your position?
Well, to be honest, I was a regular stonemason, but the town got together and had a vote, and frankly, I don't even know how my name got involved in this. I'm not well suited for this position, but I won the election anyway, so here I am.
How often do these elections occur?
Every other year. This end of this year, I should be mercifully released from this job, unless I somehow win again.
Does that seem like he actually wants to be released from the job?
Give me another insight check.
Fucking hell, man. Just keep rolling lower and lower.
Near as you can tell, he's weary of the job.
Sure. Or at least putting on a good show.
Wonder how the missing people vote.
In a town of 15,000, he's gotten rid of like 5 people to secure his victory. It's narrow, razor-thin margins on these elections.
Correct. Yes. So I'm sure not everybody can vote.
Is there like a Florida section?
Right.
This is the Chad district.
I mean, if you, the other people, want to give insight checks to each.
Sure. I'll insight see how truthful he's being. I don't know what I'm going to get.
So each of you give me another insight check. Okay, so Teal, you're the only one who thinks that that he is actively hostile to your looking into this.
So
He doesn't want you looking into this at all. and that he actually does want to. Both you and Aurelia are pretty sure he actually does want to win the election again and keep his job.
So
He feels like it's important that he keep his job.
when you say he's actively hostile, like what's kind of giving that sense? Is it like a look in his eye?
Well, at this point, you get the sense that he actually is becoming a little bit less nervous as he's talking about this with you, and that he's more reminding himself to put pauses in the way he's speaking in order to maintain this sense that maybe he's nervous in general. But you get the sense he is much more focused in telling you, no, just enjoy the town, than he's been in the rest of the conversation.
Zarius doesn't quite tell. I'm imagining now, just because T-Hole keeps making a big deal out of it, he's just distracted by the whatever patch is not bearded.
So we'll definitely keep that in mind. What I didn't have it. I'm blanking. So where does the head of the sanitation unit live?
Well, he used to live in the major estate off to the north, but like I said, he's left town.
Nah. How about where did the head of the local warehouse reside?
He had a small home that is just to the northwest of his major warehouse, right off the dock.
Have you gone to any other places since they've left, just to check up the place, or presumably someone's looking to buy it or to move in? This is a hustling town.
Well, it hasn't been that long. I haven't gone into any of their houses per se, but other people have when we were originally looking for them after they up and left. So far as I know, they could turn up and, letters could come in saying what they want to be done with their possessions in their houses. We're not so eager to just assume they're dead and take over their stuff, sell it off.
Where is the head of the guard located?
You mean Olier?
Where was his abode?
Oh, he had a small house outside the wall. It's in. It is also close to the docks. There's right behind the horrible alchemist, apothecary. I mean,
Did he give an accurate account for where this house is?
Yeah.
All right.
But he did actually say the horrible alchemist, apothecary. I mean.
We will consider what to do.
Well, this is we are in times of war and there's all kinds of stuff going on. So, people going missing would be kind of expected. Can you tell us what ship captains are going to Carnith? That we could get a lift?
I mean, I don't know which ships are going where necessarily, but Like I said, I think I've met most of the ship captains, so um, I could certainly send word to them and see if any of them are headed in that direction. It's not uncommon for them to. I suppose most of them probably are going to St. Bellery, but one or two might be sailing in the opposite direction.
Well, I mean, you sent us to the Crooked Inn, and I think they gave us a discount. So whichever ship captain you know that would give us a discount.
Like I said, I will send out word, and I will have them send word to you directly. Do you expect to be leaving in the next day or two?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll be gone.
Well, I hope you then get to enjoy the town before you leave. But, we understand you are busy people with a lot to do. So, we hope you enjoyed your stay. And if you need anything else, please feel free to come back.
We definitely will.
Insight. Does he really want us back?
Can you pass a roll? Let's see.
Yeah. No, not really.
Yeah, you get the sense that might be just a platitude.
Yeah.
I mean, with that, you do get the sense that he's happy to hear that you'll be leaving in a day or two.
Mm-hmm. That's what I imagined.
Well, shall we?
Good day. And just get up and start walking.
So walk out, unless you guys want to sit inside.
No.
And I kind of like, as we like walk down the street, Teal kind of bring you guys in, be like, that guy is a demon.
I guess we're going to have to follow him home and see what he does.
Maybe he's not. That guy is. He definitely didn't want us here. He definitely wants to be elected, and he definitely doesn't want us to look into this.
Yep. He's either an elf or a demon.
I don't know which one's worse. Maybe a devil.
A devil elf. That could be the worst.
Potentially just a bad person.
The only way to find out is kill him, and then we'll know.
You could be a bad person. But
It's not the only way. Actually. Yeah, I mean, when we're outside, so it doesn't work now, but what's the range on this thing?
it's just like hide outside his window.
Yeah, like was there a window nearby?
There are windows in his place. If you went around the back of the town hall, you would be essentially right below his windows.
I guess I was assuming that he would stay in a house, like he would leave and go home, but would it make sense for him to stay in the town hall? Is that a thing? No.
I mean, he wouldn't stay there overnight, but he might be in there for an hour.
So if that was their suspicion, then I would say, let me see if I can see him, and then I would cast that spell and see what happens.
See, I think see Zarius' head poking into the window.
Trying to be discreet, just like
Yeah.
through the window.
I hobble with my heavy ass armor.
You cast the spell. That's true. You cast the spell. There's you chant your incantations, and as you finish, you see the mayor is like at the window looking down, scowling as the magic goes off. You don't detect anything, however.
Do we see him looking down?
Yes, he's staring at you because it is not silent to cast a spell. the glass is not, it's not soundproof room.
I wave and give him the thumbs up. Pull up.
I mean, he probably doesn't know what you were casting,
Right.
but you don't detect anything.
I imagine perhaps my eyes glow slightly, and then I look straight at him.
It seems to be normal. His, beard does not return under your new sight.
His elf ears aren't revealed.
Nope.
Okay.
All right, well,
It
that
would be-
lasts for
I
10
mean-
minutes, so
Right. He could, I mean, it could be like disguise self, but it's probably not a mundane disguise, given it would be hard for an elf to just use a normal disguise to make themselves look like a dwarf.
right.
Yeah.
All right, well, so like while we're walking through town, I'll just keep this thing active for the next 10 minutes. Just in case anything pops up. I guess technically, because this, would this trigger on like the corrupted too?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so you're going to keep it up. So we need to, let's go to the,
I mean, I would say you could, for a spell like this, you probably could choose to either have a trigger on corrupted, like every corrupted, or on these particular kinds of beings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if they're corrupted, so I wouldn't really bother with that.
Yeah. So the people you run into, like even if you run into Lokexicus, nothing.
Right.
we should go to the horrible apothecary while he'll still have it going and see what sailors and or cap and trip that.
If it's within 10 minutes, I suppose we could.
We'll have to hoof it.
So even there, it doesn't seem as though anyone in the building is aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead.
Nobody on the streets, presumably.
Right.
Okay.
Hmm.
You know what? Never hurts.
Right. Although it
So
doesn't
prepared.
say it doesn't necessarily say that you can see. So you could probably run around the horrible apothecary and get a sense, like through the walls, that there just doesn't seem to be anybody in those categories there.
Perhaps if we can make it in time, we can head to the barracks. I do have to return the key, and if you're able to maintain your concentration for just a little bit longer,
We'll see what happens.
So yeah, you could probably just about make it. I mean, you probably went in the wrong order in order to do like the circuit in the most efficient way. But you make it over there again. After talking your way past the guards, you don't detect anything in those categories.
Okay. So I would produce the key and hand it to
Iron Shorts.
Iron Shorts.
Yeah, he takes it back. Did you find anything?
Yeah, there was the house is ordered and proper.
That does sound like him.
There was some ropes that were cut, and it looked like there was some blood on the ropes, as well as it looked like there could have been more blood that was cleaned up at some place in his pantry closet.
I don't recall anyone noticing that before. Do you think there was some foul play then?
Do you keep bloody rope in your pantry?
No, but I don't know what might have been tied up in it. It could have been a side of beef, for all I know.
It looked like there was a lot of rope. Definitely more than one that your standard cow would require.
Well, I've definitely been assuming that he uh, met with some sort of foul play, given that he disappeared. But I guess it's a bad sign if there was blood. If there was enough blood to clean up, certainly, then could well be that maybe he met his end. Although, why in the pantry? And why tie him up and then kill him, I guess, is a question.
Well, the ropes look severed, so don't know if it was him that was tied up or someone else.
Oh, that hadn't occurred to me. You think he may have tied someone else up. That's odd too, though. I mean, who? When he disappeared, I'm not aware of anyone else who disappeared at the same time he did.
Do you know who else disappeared?
He lists off the same names.
Do you know who might have been do you know where the journalist's son was?
Well, he's still living in his mother's house, so probably there. I mean, maybe not at this moment, but in general.
Could you point which way he is at her houses?
So yeah, he directs you to a house. It is further away than any of the houses you've been to so far, but it is essentially due west. It's a little L-shaped house. It's like the end of the row. And then there's a road that turns north, so it's right essentially on the corner of the road. He is a little conspiratorially minded, I would say. He kind of comes up with a new theory about who's responsible for his mother's disappearance all the time. She was probably the first to disappear, and he originally blamed pretty much everyone in town. In fact, the mayor and the some of the people who disappeared even.
How has the mayor been handling these disappearances?
Oh, I mean, not well, but I don't know what he could actually do about it. Searches were conducted and nothing was found. He's been a little more dismissive than most, probably than anyone. But, there are other people who also don't really see it as anything untoward. Maybe news that there was blood found in the captain's house will change their minds.
Be interested to check out investigate a couple of the other appearances or disappearance, the other folks who disappeared before making any harsh judgments.
I mean, I think that's fair.
Does your instinct tell you that there is something amiss?
I think, from my perspective, too many people have disappeared to not think there's something amiss. I will grant you, sometimes people just up and leave. They don't necessarily owe anything to the town, but it's not usually the people with investments here in town, with shops, with land and property. They're not the people who just leave one day and never come back. Now, hey, maybe some of them, maybe one or two of them found out that a relative was sick and had to pack a cart and set off on the road. But we don't have any evidence that they packed carts or took things with them. And all of them to all have sick relatives all at once without telling anybody. It's unheard of. These are people who are or were important to the town. Almost all of them had, if not like a seat in the town council, used to have seats on the town council, or have major presences in the economy of the town. So yeah, I mean, it seems unusual. I mean, you could go into not everyone who left was like friendless and without family. Some of them left families behind. You can go and talk to them. They'll tell you the same things we did, though, that they started acting strange, forgetting things. Some of them didn't notice anything wrong, though. And then one day, other people would have said their spouses or parents were acting odd, and then they would disappear.
You're muted.
How many total would you say have disappeared?
5 or 6 at least. But yeah, I mean, if you talk to like Sean Kay, his mother is the journalist. He definitely would say that his mother wasn't acting weird at all. She just vanished. But other people who she knew would have said she definitely was forgetting names, forgetting where she was, forgetting where different shops were, asking for directions, weird things for somebody who's lived here most of her life.
Very well. I have no more questions.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So you were going to head off to Sean Kay's house, the reporter's son.
Did you say Sean Tay?
K, Kaye.
I don't think we got his name.
Yeah, we did. I have that written down.
No, maybe I wasn't.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, go to Sean K.
So you walk, essentially it's the whole length of the town. You eventually do come to this little modest L-shaped house. The front of it is whitewashed, but it looks like it's probably in need of some upkeep and repair. Still, overall, it's homey and nice. And you knock, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid comes to the door. He is pretty unkempt, probably hasn't bathed in a while. Looks like you've just woken him up.
Does he smell?
Yeah, a little bit.
So I turn on my nose. Is Sean here?
Yeah, I'm Sean. What do you want?
We're investigating some of the disappearances, and we wanted to ask a few questions.
All right, come on in. He turns and walks back into the house. The door's wide open.
I go in.
And he drops down onto a wooden chair, still groggy from having just woken up. So, you from, I assume you're not from here because I've never seen you before.
What time of day is it?
It's late morning.
Okay. No, we're not. We're passing through, but waiting on someone. So, in the meantime, we heard some rumors, and we thought we'd investigate and see if we could help out. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of the events leading up to your mother's disappearance?
Sure. So my mom used to run what passed for a newspaper in this town. Mostly just local events, current events, things like that. Whatever was unusual and or being planned that was going to impact the lives or social calendars of the people here. One day she got her nose into a relatively big story. I don't necessarily know what it is, but I know she was taking up a lot of her time. Had her going out at night more often than not. Uh, she got increasingly nervous over time, but really wouldn't share with me whatever the problem was. Then she vanished. People in town would say like she was forgetting their names and things like that, but that's actually bullshit. That has happened in the case of other disappearances, but that's not what was going on with my mom. She wasn't forgetting things. I mean, sure, they have this whole story about how people were perfectly normal at home and only forgetting things when they were out and about. But I met up with my mom when she was out, and she was fine then too. She knew who I was. She knew little details of things that I had told her that morning or the day before. There was no memory problem. Now, the mayor will say there's a memory problem, but I'm pretty sure he's in on it. My guess is demons, or maybe the elves, although they are, as I understand it, pretty much on the same team these days.
What leads you to that conclusion?
Well, first of all of these people disappear without a trace. This is a pretty tightly packed group of houses here. All of the people disappeared from, within the town proper, not like farmers on the outskirts. Nobody ever hears a thing. Sometimes their families are in the same house as them. Nobody ever hears a thing. That's sketchy.
What have you found? Have you done any investigation of your own since your disappearance?
I did what I could. I mean, I went looking for my mom. I visited all the places she ever went to. Visited a lot of places I didn't ever know where to go to. Didn't really find anything though. Checked what notes I could find of hers, although mysteriously a lot of those seem to have disappeared right at around the time she vanished. And then it was right after she vanished that we had 5 disappearances in a row.
Has there been any newcomers to the town recently?
I imagine there must have been. I mean, I guess I don't know how long people are going to wind up staying here, but people come and go all the time on ships. A lot of times people come here not really knowing where they're going to be headed to next, especially with all the refugees coming from up north. People move into town, they'll stay at the inn for a couple days, maybe even like a couple weeks, and then they disappear. Nobody specifically comes to mind, though, as being super new.
Does your mother have a workroom?
No, she mostly worked out of her bedroom. Like I said, though, somebody broke in and stole a lot of her notes. So I figure whatever she was working on, she was getting too close to the demons. And they wanted to shut her up.
These papers that she would put out. Is there a press?
There is. It's in the shed out back. I can take you to show you that. I mean, I don't think she ever wrote about this big story she was working on. I think she was afraid to until she had all of her facts straight. But I think the demons probably figured out what she was investigating before she got there.
So she vanished, and then 5 people vanished.
Yep.
And who are the 5 people that vanished?
And he rattles off the same list as the mayor did.
Okay.
Let us investigate her workspace first.
That's fair enough. I'll lead you back there. But you guys need to know, if you investigate this and you go beyond, maybe a few discrete inquiries, the mayor is going to try to shut you down. He's done it before. He'll do it again.
We've already. Oh, sorry, go on.
What did he do?
He's told people to get the hell out of town. That's probably the most common response. He's also told people, particularly the locals who live here, that if they keep asking questions, or in his view of things, if they keep causing people to feel afraid, that he's going to force them to leave. Which, I mean, I don't know if he has that power. I guess he does.
Well,
Most people want to pack up their lives and take off.
He does not have that power. The
We've
people
already-
have power.
We've already spoken with him anyway. He was clearly not terribly thrilled, but if his opinion were to matter, then we wouldn't be here.
That's right. And if he steps out of line, we'll kick his ass. And if my name isn't Lusharosi.
So he leads you to the back room. You see it's a relatively small and modest writing desk. Next to it, there is a series of boxes, really just boxes, but they're open on one side. So essentially they at least one served as filing cabinets of a sort. There are some papers in there, but not very many. This is it. This is where she wrote most of her stories. Then we have a small press, like I said, in the shed out back. So she and I would go out there, set the press, and then print off as many copies as she figured we could sell.
So I think what I'll do is, before we start looking, I'm gonna cast at fourth level, so that I can get all three of us here. Enhance ability, doing, I guess, Fox's cunning. If we're doing investigation, we need the intelligence. So that'll give us advantage on investigations.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So if you want to do investigation checks, go ahead.
You have advantage.
Good
Yes,
thing.
Fuck, dude, what the fuck? All right.
So T-hole, you don't necessarily find that much. You do find that there are gaps in what notes there are in these boxes that do seem as if somebody removed something, in that, like, they'll just be, most of these notes she's taken are handwritten and dated, and she will have taken, like, there are just entire weeks where there's nothing. So you would figure she probably didn't just skip whole weeks at a time in doing these things. But what you find is, in going through them, some of the notes do refer to people acting oddly, people becoming irrationally angry and starting fights, odd town council meetings at just random hours of the day, that sort of thing. But whatever was going on, she seemed to find them sort of out of character, particularly nighttime town council meetings, which otherwise she seems to think had not happened in the history of the town. No smoking gun things, though. It does seem as though whoever cleared out her notes probably did a pretty thorough job.
How long ago has she been missing?
It's been about a month and a half now.
Has anyone come to bother you?
The mayor has told me to stop looking into it. He said that she'll probably come home on her own at some point. asshole suggested she was the sort of person who probably would just up and abandon me without a word, which is not true.
Has the mayor always not had a beard?
No, he sometimes has a beard. Usually, I mean, he seems to go back and forth. He'll grow a beard out some months.
When was he last? When did he last shave?
A couple months ago, like 4 or 5 months ago.
Is there like
that mean-
presumably
that-
there's a closet?
Yeah, there's more than one closet.
Any bloody ropes by chance?
No, you don't see anything like that. You briefly
Just
cast
checking.
invisibility or blink.
Yeah. It was fucking blurry.
Well, I guess we need to go out and see this press that you have.
So he takes you out the front door and around the back. Attached to the back of the house, there's like a small shed. It's no more than 10 by 10. He takes a key out of his pocket and unlocks a padlock, opens it up, and in there's an old semi-rusting printing press.
I guess just look around to see if we find. I mean, I would find any like discarded papers, like one's misprints or something. Who knows?
I mean, he does have some copies of older newspapers that they had. There's not as much in the way, even if there's you don't see anything that's like a misprinted edition. Occasionally you get something where the ink like smeared or something a little bit on the piece of paper. So you can find a few of those things.
Is it like
But-
the old
What?
Is it like the old style printing press where you like set the blocks in?
Yes.
Um,
So they had to print like one sheet of paper at a time, like one broadsheet at a time after setting up the lettering.
is it possible? Can we see like what the last what lettering our blocks are set in?
He would still have actually more than any of the others, just copies of the last newsletter his mother printed. Although reading it, you don't necessarily see anything that unusual in that edition, but you can go ahead and make another set of investigation checks.
I'm on it
So-
this time.
So Zarius, I mean, you do see that the one thing in there is that the very last edition at the end does have a note for the readers to definitely buy the next edition, as there was going to be a big story and an expose that they were not going to want to miss.
Okay. She was certainly planning to reveal something. Yeah, so like the letters and shit that are in the press right now, are there anything in there, I guess? And if there are, do they match what's on this last sheet?
No, there's nothing in the press at the moment. He would have told you that after they printed up the last one, he would have put them all back into their spots. There are racks along the wall that hold the different letters. Just row after row of letters. So he was pretty used to being the one to either set them up and break them down at the end when they were done running a print. Done with a print run, I mean.
So, where is this house situated? Is there maybe like a farm nearby?
Well, there are farms. So do you have Roll20 up?
Yeah, I do. Oh, it's right there?
Yeah, that's their house.
Way out
Okay.
there.
So these fields here are vineyards, but they
Okay.
seem to be attached to like these 4 vineyards here are really belong to this manor, and this set here belong to this house. So there's not much in the way. These are all like grapes. There's not much in the way of other crops in this particular area, but there are a lot of farms otherwise outside the main area of the town.
Okay. I guess I'm looking for any kind of like farms, like livestock nearby, like next door neighbors got cows that are grazing or chickens or something.
Some of the people out here probably have chickens, but there's nothing as big as cows in this close to town. Unless, there are probably sometimes people bring them in to be butchered, but not being kept here.
Does this guy have any chickens or anything?
Yeah, he would have a couple of chickens.
How old are your chickens? How long have you had them?
I have no idea how old chickens have to be. So as a human being, I lack that knowledge. So I'm going to say 1 year.
Okay. Where do you keep your chickens?
He takes it to the other side of the little shed, and there's a coop with like wooden fencing around it.
Okay. All right.
Is that significant?
Yes. I'm just gonna. Eventually, I'm gonna use my Bandor and cast Speak with Animals, and I'm gonna attempt to communicate with this chicken and see what he knows. Or
Okay.
I'm gonna hit up these chicks.
so I would presumably wait till I don't want to do this in front of him because I don't want to harass his chickens.
I don't want this to be weird, but can I have 10 minutes alone with chickens?
I can't do it if
getting,
you're watching.
getting close to lunchtime.
So you can't speak with animals.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just ask them how they're doing.
Fine. Not enough corn. Do you have corn?
I don't know. I'll reach in my pouch, see if I have any food that chickens would like. Corn, some sort of.
You really don't. Mostly Kepri's been summoning food, so you probably haven't been like storing it because it only lasts a day anyway.
I don't, but I'll get you some. So, do you remember the lady that lived here?
Yeah, she was the one with corn. She used to bring us corn.
Okay.
You have corn?
Yeah, I'm going to get some. Do you know what happened to her?
Another chicken says, ask him if he has corn. The chickens, they're not super bright.
Right. In case I need to make a persuasion check. Do you know what happened to the lady?
She used to bring us corn, but then one day she stopped. She was in her shed. She was doing something in her shed, and we were thinking we were going to get corn. Because sometimes when she's in her shed, she'd come out and she'd bring out a pail of corn. But then some people came by and there was some noise and we didn't get any corn. It was sad.
So there was more than one person that came by?
Yeah, there was like a whole bunch of them. Like a million people.
Did somebody come by the house later? Did you see him go in the house, like go through a window?
Yeah, well, some of them did go into the house. That was like another million people. But like half of the first million.
So were they really tall or really short? or mixed?
They were all pretty much the same size. They were like your size. You
Did
have
they give you-
corn?
Did they give you any corn?
They didn't give us any corn. I don't even think that they were even thinking about giving us corn.
That's a shame. You deserve corn.
We do.
Am I really close to the shed that's got the press?
Yeah, it's right on the other side of it.
So I
like,
go over there and I look in.
right behind the coop is the wall of that little shed.
I look around for corn to see if there's any.
There is a pail in there that has like a few sad kernels of corn.
Okay, I grab them and come back and give them some corn.
So you drop like the 4 kernels of corn, which they immediately eat up. You have corn?
Yep, I do. I got more. There's more coming. Anything else you can tell me about that? This group?
They came at night. It was night, so it was dark. So we couldn't really see that much. But they were like you in
My size?
yeah,
Well,
they
they
were
can't-
about your size.
Were they all furry like me?
No, they weren't furry at all.
Did they have horns? Did they have
No,
pointy ears? Were they elves? Were they bloody bastard elves? Were they? Tell me, chicken. Tell me.
No, they had normal heads without ears.
I just turned to T-hole and she is clucking towards the other chickens. They seem to be responding. Now she has gone angry.
I don't know what she's saying, but it's doing strange things to me.
He is clucking angry.
Now, does the one who lives here give you corn?
He barely gives us corn. Once a day at most.
That's not good. You need corn more than that.
We agree. We need corn all the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But yeah, not ears like yours. They were more like us. Normal heads. No ears.
No ears. Okay. Were they carrying sticks and pitchforks?
No, they had sticks, but they weren't pitchforks. Just sticks.
Did she yell and scream, or did you hear any noise?
No, they were really quick. They swarmed in. I know you didn't hear anything. We heard them bumping against the walls. The whole coop moved. We thought it was an earthquake. And then we thought maybe it was a corn quake. And we all ran outside with no corn.
No corn. Do you
Then
have any
they-
corn? I could use some corn.
Well, we were hoping you had corn.
But
Do
I
we
was
have any
hoping
corn? And they
I would
all
have-
scatter looking around for corn. They heard corn and now they're all looking at the ground.
I look around the corner and I look at the T-hole and Sirius. Go get some corn, and I go back.
Yeah, they carried her off.
Oh, they did. Oh, okay.
They put her in a bag. They took her away.
Like a bag that holds corn.
Exactly like a bag that holds corn.
Yep.
It may have been a bag that holds corn.
That's where the corn went.
Maybe that's what I was just going to say. Maybe they took our corn.
They could have. They took her and the corn.
Do you have any corn?
Was the bag moving?
Yeah.
And then where did the corn go?
I don't know. They took the corn around the side of this place, the place where she lives. We don't really get to go very far outside of here. Sometimes we'll get out. We'll walk around. But usually she would just catch us and put us back here. But yeah, the bag was definitely moving because they were taking it.
Mm. Okay. Well, I don't know about you, but I could go for some corn right now.
And they all begin looking down at the ground.
All right.
Is there corn?
Yeah, corn's coming. Hold on. All right. And so I will go and look around for corn.
So you don't find any outside. But maybe the kid has some.
Yeah, I asked him if he's got any corn.
Yeah, I guess we have like half a sack of dried corn left. Hold on. What are you doing with the chickens? You just want to feed them?
Yeah, why not?
All right. So he comes back. It's probably not quite half a sack. It's probably like a quarter sack of dried corn.
Okay. So, yeah, I give him some corn.
And they all begin eating.
Okay.
How much corn are you giving them?
I would not give all the corn that he gave me. I would let them eat some and then wait and then give some more out.
Okay.
Because presumably they will eat.
Until they explode.
They begin to devour the corn. Eventually, like when they work through what you've put out there, they begin fighting over the remaining corn. You hear like, "That's my corn," and they're like flapping their wings and diving towards each other. Other ones are coming in and picking up individual kernels. You bastard! That was my corn. I'll kill you.
So you don't want to come back over here. It's corn rage.
What's,
The corn. Once the corn is gone, though, they almost immediately calm down and begin walking in circles, looking for more corn.
So.
Is everything okay, Aurelia?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So.
Were you talking to those chickens?
Yeah, why not? They were very knowledgeable.
Oh,
Yeah, they said that a band of people came and took her in a sack, and she was moving around, so obviously she wasn't knocked out. And then they went into the house.
I will say, technically, they didn't say she was moving around. They said they were
The corn
carrying
bag.
The corn bag was moving because they were carrying it and taking it to another place. Therefore, It was moving from here to there. Not
I
that she-
interpret it as the
struggling
bag
with
was
the
moving. Yes.
uh,
Dealing with chickens here.
Right. They also can't really count much above like 2.
Right, so they said 1 million. Yeah.
I was just imagining gully dwarves. They have 2 numbers, 1 and 2. Anything above 2 was just 2. So it's 1.
And it
2.
came at, and it was at night,
It was at night.
and
They said they didn't have hair like you do, like fur.
yeah, no fur,
And they had normal
No
heads.
ears.
and normal heads, and no ears.
Right. Well, they said they had normal heads, meaning no ears.
Heads like theirs.
Right.
So they could be like Arakokra.
creature with no ears.
Can you still speak with them?
Has it been? I check my sundial.
Yeah, you have plenty of time left. 10
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. Well, I don't know how long the chicken conversation lasts.
Corral.
back. Go back over there. What do you want me to ask them? Come with Zeebs, Zarius.
Do they The ones who came here and took the woman, did they also have beaks?
Did they have beaks? This is
No.
the Sultan of Corn. He has a question.
What's a sultan? Does that mean he has corn?
Yes,
Make him give us corn.
it's coming. He's going to. It's going to fall from the sky.
Oh, and they all start oddly looking up. Very rarely do you see chickens bothering to look up and walk around. No, they didn't have beaks. They didn't have normal faces, just normal heads.
Normal heads, but they didn't have beaks. We're going to have to make it rain corn at some point. Continue. What else you want?
I mean,
T-hole, you want to get in on this?
Well, I'm not quite sure I really want to. I don't think I have any corn to offer.
Any kernel of truth will help us at this point.
the ones that left, did they go towards the village or away?
Yeah, I repeat that.
They went around the house with the bag. Well, and then a million of them went around the house, and then a million of them went in through the window.
Which window?
The window right here, and it's right outside the coop, right next to her bedroom where her workspace is. There is a window. There's no glass in it, but there are shutters. And then one of the chickens says, "Oh, they were like him." And it sort of motions up at Zarius. And the other would say, "No, they weren't like him. They were like this one." And they motion up at T-hole. And it was like, "No, that one has feathers."
They were saying a T-hole has feathers?
Yes.
Does T-hole have feathers?
He does not, as far as you can tell. Maybe they can see something you can't.
Chickens with true sight.
Right. And one of the chickens, maybe the brightest of the chickens, steps forward and says, "Well, they were like this one," he says, pointing his beak up at Zarius, because he doesn't have feathers, but they were like this one in that they had soft skin, like this one has soft. Like he has feathers in some places, but where he doesn't have feathers, they had skin like that.
I don't know what they're saying.
I translate for you.
I just look over to T-hole then.
But feathers, like hair.
Like hair?
Yes, the feathers he has on his head and face. They had no feathers.
No hair.
So,
But they were dressed like everyone else. Dressed like the people who give us corn. Do you have corn?
There's a corn storm coming. I can see it on the horizon.
that sounds like a 90s tour. The corn storm coming to a city near you. Did we? So as we were walking around town, would we have noticed anyone like any number of? Would we notice any folks? I guess like a group of folks that would have been bald,
I
besides
mean,
the beardless
you
dwarf who wasn't
you
bald, but
right. You probably would have seen. I mean, maybe not, certainly not utterly hairless, but you probably would have seen like a bald person here or there. You don't recall seeing groups of bald people.
Mhm.
And the smart chicken chimes in again and says, "You know how you don't have a beak, and the shiny one doesn't have a beak, and the pink one has a tiny little beak? They didn't have any beaks, so they were more like you, but they had even less beaks than you had."
No nose.
I mean,
Does
I
that
got
get
like
me
a I
corn?
got like a snout. I don't know what that means. How they would perceive that.
Corn
I
times
probably
way.
I probably seem kind of menacing to them, almost like a predator. For that matter, Aurelia probably should too, but
They're
Hmm.
chickens.
So
They don't know better.
yeah. So the smart one, upon hearing this, uh, you get the sense he's beginning to doubt that there is corn coming. So he's losing interest and wandering about the coop again.
We'll know if these chickens end up dead that we're on the right track.
we could talk. We could go back to Sean and see if he would recognize any of these things, these descriptions.
Okay. Is there a local store or place to buy more corn?
There are not in the immediate vicinity, as these are mostly residential homes, but there are a number of shops where you could buy grain.
Okay.
I do
How
have one
long-
more question for the chickens.
Yes.
Was there a particular smell to these strangers?
I don't think so. Not that we smelled.
Make sure there's no like fire and brimstone smell or anything. Make sure it wasn't
So-
actually devils or demons.
Sulfur?
Yeah.
They didn't smell stinky, though. Like the woman and the son, they smell stinky. Most people who give us corn smell stinky. We just put up with it because they give us corn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, before we forget, do you have corn?
Mm-hmm.
You do. Can we have corn? The chickens all immediately flock over to that side of the coop. And it's just a chorus of corn, 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 corn.
They seem excited.
They want their corn.
Well, I think they've earned it. At the very least.
I'll call to Kepri and I'll ask Kepri to just summon a bunch of corn.
Okay.
And I guess some food for the kid to eat throughout the day. Because why not? The dude, obviously, he seems like a college kid almost. Fresh out of high school sort of thing. So he's just fucking up all night.
So I'm gonna. All right. So there's a big bunch of corn. I grab it in my hand, and am I tall enough that I can reach over the coop, or do I have to climb up on something?
No, so the coop itself is like a little freestanding house.
Okay.
And It's right up against the shed. There's then a wooden set of fencing around the coop that goes up essentially to the corner of the house. So you're more than tall enough to reach over the fencing into where the chickens are.
Okay, so I'm gonna like climb up onto the fencing, so I'm a little bit higher,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna make it rain on this bitch as I throw the corn out.
So now they are all in a frenzy. Luckily there's enough corn that they don't have to attack one another for it.
That's right. Make it rain. Told him I would.
Then Kepri dumps 45 pounds of food all around.
Yep.
And water. And 10 gallons of water.
Yep. No
Well, if
problem.
they need fresh water, I'll give the chickens some fresh water.
Yeah, I mean, they do have there is a little trough there to hold water. So Kepri directs it her water into there. It is much more water that she summons than this little thing can hold. So the rest of it splashes out.
Oh, so it doesn't show up in some kind of, it just literally shows up. Doesn't show up
I
in a-
assume it doesn't necessarily summon like a barrel
Okay.
that you have to find some way to contain the water. But it doesn't matter. The chickens don't care. The corn is being soaked in the water. It's just like, oh, they brought soup, corn soup.
Okay. I was like, oh, all the chickens drowned.
Yeah. Yes, Kepri. Summon all of it into their coop.
Yeah. And then Kepri watched them as they eat it all, and then he devours them.
Right. Well, Kepri probably will remember where they are because Kepri's got to eat too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
Go ahead
That's
and talk to Sean really quick.
So you go back.
Delivering him a bunch of food.
He eyes you suspiciously. He's glad to take the food that you brought him. What were you doing with the chickens? There's a lot of noise back there.
Well, Relia, I'll let Relia explain it. So it was my first time, and I'm a little nervous.
So he's now looking at Aurelia.
the food's good, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks for it. It looks good. But what were you doing with the chickens?
Oh, I was just, spending some quality time with them. We were just chatting.
Okay.
They got a lot to cluck about.
So like magic, you were talking to them with magic?
Oh, no. No, I grew up on a farm, so I know what they say. I can speak their language.
Oh, never heard of that ability before, but all right.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
So you want to come in again? Do you need something else? And he steps back so that if you want to come in, you can.
I don't know. Is there anything else you guys want to do? Like,
Should we ask him about what they were saying?
Are there people within this village that do not possess a nose?
No, not that I know of. I mean, anyone who didn't possess a nose either would have to be a pretty unfortunate soldier or a criminal who had his nose cut off. So that'd be pretty noticeable. But I don't think I've seen anyone like that.
Is that a common punishment?
It is in some places, not so much around these parts, but what are you going to do when somebody steals something? Frequently, people will cut off bits of them.
Does the description of a noseless being sound like anything else? A description for anything else?
Anybody who's trained in Arcana, nature, or history can give me a check.
Arcana or history?
Or nature.
I got none.
Nice.
So Aurelia and T-Hole, you can't say for certain what this is, but surely there are things that are noseless and hairless and vaguely humanoid. First of all, like various kinds of golems, although they would usually be too big. But the first thing that sort of comes to mind is that fits all of the criteria that might come at night that are reasonably stealthy, that might be dressed normally, would be something like a doppelganger. Although they would be gray skinned, if the chicken saw them at night, they wouldn't be able to tell what color the skin was. Not really.
What do we know about doppelgangers?
Well, you know that frequently they will form small groups that invade local areas and begin replacing people.
Okay. And come back as them. So they assume they're what they look like? Is that?
I mean, you would know from just sort of general history, was definitely a time that, well, I guess Aurelia wouldn't know this, but T-Hole would definitely have picked up that there was definitely a time when at some point, and there's a lot of speculation as to when, a very powerful doppelganger replaced one of the emperors and probably just murdered the emperor outright, but somehow the doppelganger was able to really absorb all of the knowledge of the emperor and convincingly pass himself off as the emperor, potentially for decades. Now, from the sound of it, if there were doppelgangers involved here, they must not have been as powerful as all that, because they were forgetting people's names and acting unusually. So, you don't necessarily know what the power grade differences are between different kinds of doppelganger.
I think we have what we need.
Do we know the weaknesses of a doppel?
They can't do long division.
Like, I am pretty sure that they got a weakness to silver, but we might not know that.
Yeah, I mean, based on Aurelia's role, I'm not sure you would know. Well, I'll tell you what, Aurelia, because you're a bard, give me an intelligence check to see if you know any just sort of not necessarily solid information, but stories about them.
Tell us the stories.
You also would have heard that they're weak to silver. You're not these might not all be 100% true.
Right, folktales, yeah.
Right. But you've heard that they're weak to silver, that they are especially weak to cold iron weapons, which are relatively rare, but still sometimes see them. Of course, those same stories also say that they're fae. And at least so far, Zarius didn't detect any fae creatures.
Question is, do we have any silver weapons? This is the wrong campaign.
Right. You've heard that they're immune to being charmed, and that they're mostly ambush attackers, but that they're incredibly good at ambushing people that aren't ready for it. Which might explain how they managed to, subdue this woman without her making a sound. Yeah. Also, I guess I would say most of the stories, the doppelgangers have to keep whoever they're trying to impersonate alive, because they usually they maintain a link with the living person in real time to keep drawing information from them. Now, eventually, they'll learn through this link everything that person has to know, but it seems like it's a slow process, not a quick one.
Okay.
I think we should maybe it'd be worth having a good look around the mayor's residence, the town hall, or his residence, just to see if there's anything afoot there.
Let's stop by and see if we can get something with silver.
Sean, we know where the mayor resides, or he's in. We know of the mayor at the town hall, but do you know where his house is?
Yeah, he lives in the. It's shaped similar to this house. It's an L-shaped house right through the main gate. So basically, he's pointing to this house.
Oh, okay. Oh, literally all the way across town. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Well, thank you. Well, use that food wisely and make sure to throw a couple extra handfuls of corn to your chickens.
I'll do that. Best of luck to you. I hope you find something. Let me know.
That food will not last. It will fade.
So, best eat up.
Good day.
So he watches you for a little bit as you go down the road. Then he goes back inside the house. You heading to the mayor's house, or to the town hall, or where?
Do we have any silver weapons?
I don't.
Lusharosi does.
Oh, I got them then. Okay.
Maybe worth securing something silvered.
Do you think that there will be anyone selling silver weapons? Seems like something that if our suspicions are true, that the mayor would ban from the city.
We can ask.
Or at least perhaps we can find something that's not necessarily a weapon, but some jewelry or something.
Yes.
I mean, there's no doubt you can find silver somewhere in the town. A town of this size might not have silver weapons just because they're relatively expensive and not the sort of thing that the typical local would need. You certainly could commission someone to like make you a silver weapon, but that would take time. So if you want to give me an investigation check, you could see what the town has in terms of silver weapons.
If it's still within the hour, we get advantage.
It probably would take more than an hour, though.
Doesn't matter for me.
Yep.
Investigation.
So Zarius, in asking around, you do find the town has one silversmith who he does have one old silvered dagger, but he then says like this is kind of an heirloom. I wasn't really. It was more a display piece. I guess I could sell it to you. I'd really set a price for it. How about 100 gold?
I mean, this is the Sultan Zarius and T-Hole the Emperor, so surely we can get a discount. And you would be in their good graces, too, if you were to sell us this silver dagger.
So make me a perception check.
Perception or persuasion?
Persuasion, I mean.
Oh, okay, good. Persuasion. Jam. And I rolled like shit.
He's like, yeah, and I could see how that might be valuable. I don't know if you guys are going to be coming back here. I also kind of see if you're a sultan and you're the emperor, surely 100 gold pieces just isn't that much.
Why would we keep that sort of money on us?
Because you're a sultan, apparently, and he's the emperor. I mean, you're famous people, right? You're famous adventurers, and one thing we're all used to is adventurers. Like you guys don't live on that like gold piece a day that most of us have to suffer with. I mean, I'll because you seem nice and because you're famous. I will definitely, I'll drop the price. How about 75 gold pieces?
Can we just rent the dagger?
Timeshare it.
Yeah.
I mean, I realize it's not like from your perspective, it's not necessarily super valuable, but the sentimental value to me is really worth a lot.
No, can we give you like 10 gold, say 10 gold pieces, and then return the dagger in a day or two?
Well, but how would I know you would actually? I mean, this is a port. You could just take it and get on a ship. I mean, it would cost me. It would take a lot of time if I needed to make a dagger out of silver from scratch.
Well, I can trade you one of my daggers, and I'll like produce the dagger of Pengala.
Looking at that, I mean that's a pretty fancy dagger. Sure, I guess 10 gold pieces, and I'll hold on to this dagger. You take my silver dagger. He gets like a little stool and gets up. Dust flies up off the top of a cabinet where you see this silver dagger and a silver adorned scabbard that he takes down off of a display rack. And he places it lightly on the counter. reaches out and slides the dagger of Pengaloth over. So 10 gold then?
What?
10 gold.
Yep. And I'll slide the 10 gold across.
All right. You have, I guess, leased yourself a dagger.
Thank you. And I'll like tuck it in my belt. We'll be back.
And if we aren't, just ask for Lusharosi.
I will do that. So where to next?
Do you wish to check out the residence or the mayor's house?
How late in the day is it? The real question is, does he have chickens?
It is probably about 4 p.m. now.
Hmm.
I mean, we could go by there, see what's going on.
Yeah.
Perhaps by the hall, because it is close to the time when it might close.
We could follow him home.
Potentially. Though we stick out.
So are we just going to break in? Just break in, stab him with a silver dagger.
See
If he dies, you know he was a doppelganger.
He turned me into a newt.
And if he
Not bad,
doesn't,
huh?
we know he's an even tougher doppelganger.
That's right. The greater doppelganger.
Yes.
This, I mean, that's what happens when you leave the Deadpools in charge of an adventure.
My name isn't Lusharosi.
So do you want to hang out outside the town hall, or are you going to the mayor's house?
Where are we going to loiter?
Is there an inconspicuous location where we could do so?
The town hall, I mean, you might be able to go into the theater that is across from the town hall and loiter like in the lobby of the theater, but there's not much of a lobby. It kind of opens up into the stage area directly. But you might be able to sort of hang towards the back near the doors and watch the town hall from there. Though the theater itself may close soon enough, as it might get dark soon. You have about 3 more hours of light.
Well, at some point, I could cast invisibility, and we would all be invisible.
How long does the invisibility last?
Up to an hour.
And
Yeah.
yeah, I thought it was. I can never remember. I thought it was 10 minutes, but yeah,
No, it's up to an hour.
I might be thinking of the other one.
The other one's up to a minute.
Maybe I'm thinking of flying.
That is 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was one of those handy spells.
If we can, I kind of think we should try to break into his house so we can see if the real mayor might be hiding in a closet. I'm sure that the real mayor has a beard. Clearly, 5 months ago, it was mentioned that the mayor had a beard. although he said he would go in and out of fashions. But I'll take it at 5 months ago. Things changed when he shaved.
Does anybody have like message or
In the morning.
I can do a message of sorts within 30 feet.
Well, I was just thinking either one or two people could go, and if you really wanted to break into his house, and the other person would have to be at the hall and wait for him to come out, and then distract him so he doesn't show back up at the house. Or we could go in all three separate directions, which would probably be more advantageous.
Definitely will be.
But I don't know who he'd want to hang with the most. But I think T-Hole is the most stealthy and can probably get in there and find out.
I've got a stealth of... actually, my stealth's pretty good. Not proficient, but pretty good. So, yeah.
In the morning, I could potentially prepare a spell that could help us locate people. But I do have to be somewhat familiar with them.
That's why we'll meet him when he comes out of the town hall, and we'll go to one of those pubs and have a drink with him. And tell him what a great time we've had here, and that we really hope we'll ask him, we'll tell him that we've been talking to people around town about his re-election.
It may be easier to get information by asking more questions. Draw these people to us.
Yeah.
But if our reputation is too big, it may not work.
Well, it's already pretty big now. We are kind of a big deal.
And the mayor has played no small part in amplifying that and letting everyone know.
Yep.
So what's the plan?
Sounds like Aurelia and Zarius are going to try to coax the mayor out and take him out for drinks.
Yeah, we're just going to wait till he comes out and make sure he doesn't come to the house before you come back.
Yeah, and T-Hole's going to break into his house and see if I can find anybody tied up.
Do you want me to cast invisibility on you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so it's now about 4:30ish. You cast invisibility on T-Hole. Who's doing what first?
Should we not wait for him to leave the building?
Oh, we are going to wait for him to leave. We're going to stand out here and wait for him to leave.
Before performing such a spell?
What do you mean?
Are you going now?
Yeah, he's going to go now.
Yeah.
Are you still here?
I don't know where he went.
You hear nothing.
He's gone.
Roll stealth. I might actually see you. I got a pretty good passive perception.
Yeah. See.
Oh, shit, son.
It's close, but
What's your passive perception?
19.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. Big passive.
But although the way I work passive perception is, in that case, you would get a sense that something was amiss near you, and you would then have to make an actual perception check to be like, oh, you can hear somebody walking, but you don't see anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Or you hear him breathing because Teal is a heavy breather.
Mm-hmm.
Mouth breather.
Mm-hmm.
So Teal, you set off for the mayor's house.
Yep.
How do you want to attempt to get in? It is a 2-story structure. There are several windows on the first floor. There seems to be a front and a back door to it. The windows are all relatively high up, like you have to go up steps to get to the front door. So there might be like a low ceiling cellar or something, although you don't see like a doorway leading directly into the cellar.
Are all the windows closed?
Currently, yes. This does seem to have glass windows.
Does it look like there's any sort of latch on the outside or any way to open the windows from the outside on this first or second?
You definitely don't see any latches. Like there are shutters. The shutters are open, but the windows themselves are closed. If there are locks on the windows, and you would presume there probably are, they must be inside.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at go around back. And look at the back door.
So the back door is it's sort of standard single piece of wood. There's no glass in the door or anything.
Is there anyone around?
There are some people who are milling about. Behind the house, there's not that many people, but occasionally people will come around and walk past. So if you pick your moment right, you might be able to do something without somebody being in eyesight, but probably, every other minute somebody will wander through for a few seconds.
Gotcha. And the invisibility wears off when you take an action, right? Or
Hope not. I open the door. You're visible. No, it wears off if you attack or cast a spell.
does using an item count as a spell?
If it counts as an attack, then or it expressly has the effect of a spell, then yes. But if you're like merely, like you're set your Ioun stone floating around you, probably not that.
Okay, so yeah, then Cape of the Mountebank would definitely be a spell.
Yeah, that would be a spell.
I'm gonna climb up onto the roof.
Okay. So it's not impossible to do that. It's not necessarily, they didn't design the house to make that easy to do. So give me an athletics check. DC 15.
Can I bargain for acrobatics?
No, this is not really an acrobatics thing. There's no way to parkour your way up. So you start to climb, but your hand slips. I mean, you're behind the house, luckily. So you fall into the ground. No damage, but let me just see. Low is always bad for me. 50% chance. So no one is around when you hit the ground.
So he falls and his slow fall catches him, and just kind of gently falls to the ground. I guess I'm gonna try to in the back door then. I'm gonna try to pick the lock.
Okay.
Did
Do you have thieves tools?
What?
Do you have thieves tools?
Actually, I don't have these tools.
I mean, if you have something that you could plausibly say you might be able to pick a lock with, I'd still let you do it with disadvantage.
A dagger. Got a silver dagger.
Return it to him damaged.
I will let you attempt it with disadvantage.
What level?
But
At what level does a monk get the ability to run up walls?
Yeah, I should have that ability because I was like, that's
You just have to take the dash action or whatever.
okay, if you have the ability to run up walls, then you definitely didn't have to make the climb check.
yeah, that's I do have that ability. I think it's like level 10 or 9.
That makes sense.
That being said, you are running up a wall that might make noise.
Right, but we determined there was nobody around at that moment anyway, so you are able to run up and get to where the second floor is. It's not exactly like there's a place to stand there. So when you run up, it's about 15 feet up. What are you doing when you're there? Like you could hold on to like the edge of the windowsill and hang.
I was gonna see if there, like, if when I got up there, if there was like a chimney or and like a kind of a ledge or kind of like a balcony.
Right. There's no. It's not so fancy a house that there'd be a balcony or like any ledge to stand on. There is definitely a chimney on the roof. You would have to, run up another 10 feet.
How does it? Can I tell how big the chimney is from here?
You might be able to squeeze down it. It would be a squeeze.
So I'm gonna run up another 10 feet to the chimney.
All right, so you run up. You're now on the roof of the building. Walk over to the chimney.
So it looks like I could maybe squeeze in.
Yeah, you could definitely fit. It'll be a fair bit of wriggling to get to the bottom.
So
but not at all impossible, or not even really super difficult.
So I'm going to pull a Santa and go down the chimney.
So first of all, give me an acrobatics check. Low DC 12.
I'm gonna use an action point on that one. Oh, are you kidding me?
So you wriggle your way in, and you discover not only are you a little bit like stuck, but your foot is like touching something below you that might be a closed flue.
Can I try to kick it?
You definitely can kick at the flue.
Yeah. So I don't want to kick it if it's going to be counted as an attack and break invisibility. But
it might break invisibility for you to kick the flue. If you're trying to damage the flue, I would say yes, that it's going to count.
Um, well, I guess I'll have to just trust Zarius and Aurelia on this one, so I'll kick the flu.
Okay, so you don't have to make an attack roll because it's right there. But roll for damage, first of all. And well, that's more than enough to break the flue open. Although it is metal, you sort of break one of the hinges off, and you hear there's a clap as it falls down. Also, make me another acrobatics check. So you are able to slowly, because you were otherwise still kind of stuck, wedged into this place, but you are able to slowly wiggle your way down. As you get yourself free, the clattering and breaking of the flue, you immediately hear a voice inside the house. It sounds like a woman saying, "What the fuck just happened? Ah, we're going to have to get somebody in here to repair this. How the hell did this happen?" And you hear the scrape of metal as somebody begins like jimmying the semi-wedged portion of the flue out of the fireplace. Well, can't really deal with this now. Oh. And you hear a clattering of metal, and you see like the corner of the metal plate falls back into the fireplace.
And I will just stay very still for the moment. Now that I broke invisibility.
Would I know that?
I would say
concentrating on the spell. Yeah.
Right, but I would still say no. You're just concentrating on the spell. You don't necessarily know that he's not benefiting from it anymore.
Okay.
So you hear a couple other voices in the house too that sound like children. Didn't say the mayor didn't have a family.
Doppelganger children.
I'm going to
As you ponder your situation, we switch back to the courthouse.
yeah, it's probably
So you see the assistant comes out the front door of the city hall and wanders off. Then a minute later, you see the mayor comes out. And he turns and begins to lock the door.
I look to Aurelia. Is this the moment you've been waiting for?
He starts walking off.
Oh, Mayor!
You move faster.
So he kind of has his back to you now, but he stops when he hears you yell out, "Oh, Mayor." He doesn't turn immediately. He sort of stops, and he's just, you're staring at his back for a second before you see he lets out a breath and turns around and says, "Yes."
Oh,
Lusharosi, what can I do for you?
Oh, yes. Of course, Lusharosi. We were hoping that you would come join us. We were going to go to the Crooked Inn and get a few drinks and, to thank you for all your help, with getting us a place to stay and helping us with our ship transport and all the wonderful things that you've done for this town.
Well, I haven't arranged for your ship transport yet. I actually did send my assistant out to speak to a couple of people, but we haven't heard back definitively from any of them yet. We left messages on all the various ships just to see who might be going to Cartha. I didn't necessarily want him to we had other things to do, so he couldn't speak to all of them directly, but I am sure that they will be in touch with you. I told them to check with you at the Crooked House. I would absolutely love to get a drink with you. However, we have a tradition in my family to have dinner. My wife is no doubt working on dinner as we speak. So I do have to get home for that. If I could, and I'm afraid I can't invite you along to that because she'd be very mad at me if I just came home with guests, even illustrious guests like yourselves. But if you would like to go get a drink at the Crooked Inn, I could probably join you there in, say, 2 hours.
2 hours. Oh, we were hoping to have one now, before things get crowded.
Well, like I said, my wife does get cross sometimes with me, and if I were to just skip out on dinner, well, that would be a bit of a problem. Family is very important to her, and so that we have a meal together as a family, her and my 2 children. Well, like I said, we do it every night. It has to be a severe emergency for any of us to possibly skip out on that. So I'm afraid I can't have a drink right now. But maybe an hour and a half. I could push it. I could rush through dinner and maybe get it done in an hour. So until then, please ask her, to start a tab. Anything you care to drink prior to then, within reason, please. I will be more than happy to pick up the tab when I join you. And he starts walking away.
Dwarves and their damn traditions. So this is something he does every night.
So he says.
So he says.
Bedside.
I mean, I would say this probably would be enough to tip you off to, oh, he has a family waiting for him at home where you just sent T-Hole.
Yeah.
So
probably not enough to, I'll bet you T-Hole is stuck inside the chimney. Probably that would be not something you would guess.
Perhaps we should walk him home.
Yes, we should.
Just to be sure, since there are all of the rumors of disappearances, make sure you make it back safely.
He's already started walking, but when he hears the suggestion, he pauses briefly again. Sure. Like I said, I don't think you shouldn't put much stock in the rumors of people disappearing. And in any event, if I were to disappear, apparently I'd be, there'd be preceded by all sorts of weird memory lapses and things like that. So I think I'm pretty safe on that. But my house is right over here. You can walk me to my door. Like I said, if you're still around tomorrow, I'd love to have you both over for dinner. With a little prep time, my wife would be more than happy to cook up a bit extra for both of you. I don't know what you eat, I'm afraid. Sorry, created ignorance. I mean, I just don't follow what the corrupted eat normally. I assume just like meat. I don't know if you consume vegetables or.
I can.
Yeah. The greens are good.
Okay, well, and then it's just a normal meal. It is. Like
Food
I said,
pyramid. You're familiar with that? It's important.
Grains.
I am not familiar with the food pyramid.
Good.
That sounds,
then we can discuss that on the way to your home while we escort you to make sure that you are safe. So you
Sure.
see at the top of the pyramid.
Do you have to consume your food like that? He says
Like
this
what?
as you're walking.
Like what?
Shaped into pyramids?
It gets complicated.
I mean, it's good to know. I can tell my wife about it. I'm sure we can come up with something she could shape into, like a pyramidal form.
Mm-hmm.
Pyramid meatloaf.
And his house isn't that far away. It's, less than 100 feet. So you arrive at the front of the house, and he says, "Oh, here we are at my house."
Oh, this is nice. I guess while we're here, I mean, we don't want to intrude, but a tour would be great. I mean, I've never been in a mayor's house.
I don't know if my wife would like that. We could, hey, let me give my wife a heads up, and then when I come and get the drink with you, we can immediately afterwards we can come back here. Hey, we'd have a nightcap after we, get a drink at the Crooked House. So I will see you guys in, okay, let's just say an hour and a half. That way I don't have to rush through dinner, and my wife will be a lot happier with me. I can tell you that right now.
So does he unlock the door? How does he go in?
He goes up to the door. He doesn't seem to unlock it. He just opens it and walks in.
Okay. And I will put my foot in the door if he attempts to close it.
He does attempt to close it.
Oh, that's a nice looking tapestry on the wall as I try to stick my head through the door. Is that what?
Bye. At this point, he is like fighting to close the door. Yes, it is, and I can tell you, I could show you all of. Actually, I don't have any tapestry, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. But we can go over all the artwork
Painting
when we get our drink later on. Give me an athletics check.
So while this is going on, what I'm gonna have Kefri go around invisibly, just sort of like scouting the area, just all potential entrances to this house. Windows and doors, and I guess perhaps a chimney, looking to see if she can, spot any indication of where T-hole might be. We expect, of course, that T-hole is invisible, but maybe there's other signs, drawers opening and closing on their own as he's investigating.
So she begins to fly around the house. The mayor does manage to successfully shoulder check poor Aurelia and close the door. And you hear the sound. It sounds like him kind of turning his back and slumping against the door and sliding down. As Kefri takes off and begins to fly around, she begins peering through the windows and doesn't really see anything. She probably is only going to brave going to the chimney last. But eventually when she sees nothing else, and having checked the windows multiple times, she goes up and checks the chimney. And then you hear telepathically in your mind, he's in the chimney. He's visible. He's not invisible. That's how I know he's in the chimney. He's covered in soot, and it looks like he's stuck. It's a pretty tight fit in there for somebody, of a human size. I'm not even sure you could fit, Zari. It's not no offense, my Sultan. Just that it's not a wide gap.
I'll just sort of pull or draw Aurelia away. He is stuck in the chimney.
And back to T-Hole for a second. You begin to hear, you do hear like a little bit of a commotion and hear the voice of the mayor saying like, all right, I'll see you guys later. And then you hear like a door slam.
So
You proceed to hear, well, first give me a perception check to see how much of this you hear. So you hear, a fair bit. It's muffled, so, essentially you're at disadvantage on this because you're hearing it kind of through the chimney. But you do hear a fair bit of the conversation that ensues, and it's mostly that, like, you know those famous adventurers? You will not believe how weird they are. And I've got to go and meet them for drinks, and then they want to come back here for a tour, and like I'm gonna have to give them a tour because they're like famous. Like, and then there's a bit of a discussion about like, well, what if you just don't go? You know, I'm kind of thinking maybe I just won't go. But if I don't go, they're just gonna turn up here. Like she almost forced her way through the door. The Lusharosi, the cat lady.
So I kicked the flu.
Yeah, and then you see she tells him about that, and then you hear somebody picks up the flu covering again, and you hear the mayor say, "Oh man, this is, the house isn't that old. That's just weird. This looks bent."
I'm gonna use my Cape the Mountain Bank to dimension door back to the roof.
So you will probably win this, but give me a dexterity check to see if you manage to cape at the mountain bank before he looks up to see if something fell into the chimney. Oops.
Does he even have light enough to see anything?
Oh, well, he has the sky above him, still the silhouette, whatever's going on. I think he'd see, oh, there's a human being in there. But you are able to, there is a bamf and a cloud of smoke just as the mayor's head begins to come under and look up the chimney. And so you are away. So where did you want to go?
I was gonna go on top of. I don't know where. I was just gonna go on top of the roof. Next.
Okay, so you're on the roof now.
Yeah.
You are covered in soot. They have not cleaned that chimney in a while.
Apparently.
Give me a stealth check at disadvantage as you've just appeared in a cloud of smoke on top of a roof in an area that's otherwise populated.
That guy just had that waft of brimstone.
So several people are like, "What was? Oh my God!" And people are like pointing.
And I'm going to.
I'll just like start walking. It's like best we are not associated with this.
Do I see this crowd of people?
Oh yeah. It's obvious that people are pointing at the mayor's house and all looking up. And T-Hole, you see Zarius is walking away, not looking at you.
So I'm going to run over to the crowd of people to see what they are looking at.
And
clearly they're all talking about the man standing on top of the mayor's house, who's just super, super dingy. And who, as far as some of them can tell, just like appeared there. It was clearly magic. Cave of the Mountebank is not exactly silent either. So there was like a cloud of smoke and like a little bit of a bamf sound as he appeared up there.
Does he look like he's got? Can I tell he's got soot on him?
Yeah, it's pretty clear he's pretty dirty.
And I say, "Don't worry, people. I am Lusharosi. Not only are we great adventurers, but we also clean chimneys. So you go ahead and come on down. If you need your chimney clean, we will be here for the rest of the day."
Give me a deception check.
Deception. Come on, baby.
On Bard. Yeah.
So they're like, I've never heard of adventurers that provide house cleaning services. One or two people come up to you and say, like, what are your costs? Because we haven't cleaned our chimney in a while.
Oh, it's definitely a discounted rate. Let us, once we're done here, just let me know where you live and we'll come by.
So this person begins to give you directions to where their house is. It's pretty
Okay.
nearby, as
Okay.
pretty much everything is. When do you think you could get there? If you could, do it in the next day or two, that would be great.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we'll. There's a lot to clean. They've been very dirty. Nobody has cleaned a chimney in who knows how long. So this is going to take a long time. So, yeah, you're definitely on the list, though.
So she smiles and turns and starts walking off. You hear her say to one person walking with her, "Now I can tell people I use the same cleaning service as the mayor." The crowd begins to disperse. People stop pointing at him now that they realize he is just a lowly chimney sweep. Albeit a magical lowly chimney sweep.
I'll climb down or jump. Actually, I'll jump down featherfall and land on my feet and say, walk over to Aurelia. Good thinking. I was about to just run.
Yeah, well,
What Zarya said to do.
I don't think you're going to thank me later when we have a bunch of chimneys we got to clean.
You didn't exactly do a great job on this one. You broke the fucking thing.
Well, we might have to probably pay the mayor for the damages. So he had a family, and they were all seemed normal.
Did you stab one of them to find out?
Never got the chance.
Oh.
That was Plan B.
We could try this all again because he's supposed to meet us for drinks later.
Except he's got his family in the house. So ideally, get them all out.
I would say just set the house on fire because then he would leave, but maybe that's a little bit drastic.
Somehow I think Lusharosi wouldn't approve.
So where is Zarius now?
Start heading back to the hotel or the inn. They'll catch up.
So both T-Hole and I was just looking up your passive perceptions. You both see in one of the windows, like he's standing a bit back so that the light from outside isn't quite hitting him, and he's standing partially shaded in darkness. But you can see the mayor is staring out the window at you into the street. Looks like he has his arms folded as he's watching you, but he's otherwise pretty still.
He's watching all of us, or
He's watching the two of you in particular.
okay.
So I'm going to pretend like I don't notice him.
Well, he doesn't. He is probably standing far enough back in the house that he probably thinks you can't see him because you're in brighter light and he's in darkness. So he probably thinks he's basically invisible at the moment to you.
Okay, but I do notice him.
Yes, but you actually both do see that he's there. It's just
Okay.
you can only barely see him.
I wave to him again and give him the thumbs up paw.
And you see he turns and walks off. His arms still folded.
Well, if the reports are true from those chickens, then I think we're overdue for a bagging and tagging, at least attempt, in the near future, should we remain in town. So let's head back and clean up. Well, I can clean up.
Yes, Emperor, you should.
Unless you have some spell handy or something that can do the job.
Nope.
Head back and clean up. Have a nice bowl of soup.
Corn soup.
Big corn soup.
So you head back to the inn. The innkeeper is there and sees T-Hole come in, covered in soot. You get the sense that maybe she's thinking about saying, no, just get out. But she thinks better of it and says, I imagine you're going to be needing a bath.
Yes.
That's going to take a little time. Does it need to be a hot bath? Can you take a cold bath?
Hot bath, please.
All right, it's going to take some time to heat enough water for a full bath.
That's fine. I can nurse a beer at the counter.
Oh, we'll bring that up to you. Look, I'm sorry, but you're really filthy, and we do take pride in being kind of the higher of classes of establishment here. So, we can't have this much dirt occupying one of our stools. But if you're in your room, we will be happy to clean up whatever mess is there while you're taking your bath, and we will bring up some refreshments to you.
That'll also work. Do you have any corn soup?
No, that wasn't what we were expecting to make tonight.
Oh,
Let me see what our cook can do, though. He might be able to make some corn soup for you.
that would be great. I had this craving for corn soup. I can't explain it.
I'm sure we'll be able to prepare something simple enough meal to make as a one-off for you. So we will bring that up to you as well. Off you go. She doesn't like come out to like touch you. She like takes a broom and she's like pushing you with the straw end of the broom towards the stairs.
I would just kind of whack it away. Emperor doesn't enjoy being touched, especially in such a manner. So he'd push it away and kind of he would trudge up and sit not on the bed because he sleeps there, but presumably there's a chair.
Yeah. So after a few minutes, there's a knock at the door.
I'll answer. And
Where are the two of you, by the way?
I'm probably in my room.
I'm assuming the tavern is the bottom and the inn is up top, right?
Yeah.
So I'll take a seat in the tavern somewhere. Maybe the mayor might show up, but I'm just kind of looking to see if anything is going on.
So you're sitting in the tavern. Zary's here in your room. You open the door. It's one of the serving people who has a tray with a full pitcher of ale and a drinking cup. The soup is being prepared. I was told that it probably will be ready in 20 minutes or so. The water for the bath. I mean, filling a whole bath takes a lot of water, so heating that water up probably is going to take like another 30 minutes. So you should have some time to have at least most of your soup.
Great, thank you.
But I will be back with that as soon as the cook tells me it's ready.
Thank you. And I'll, I don't know, give him a gold piece, a tip.
So he is very appreciative of that. He is, in fact, stunned to get a whole gold piece for carrying the tray. Thanks. If you need anything at all, just let me know.
Actually, yeah. Do you stay here?
No, I have a house outside the walls. Nobody lives here. Frankly, the woman who owns the place, she would just see that as, another possible room to rent.
Are there any vacancies for tonight?
Well, not really. I mean, your people kind of have occupied every room.
All right. Well, I might take you up on your offer still.
Okay. My name's Ranjan, so you can just ask either the barman or any of the barmaids. They'll be able to find me.
All righty.
And he goes down again. There's a little spring in his step as he tosses the coin into there and catches it.
What time is it?
After all this, it is now probably about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
All the shops going to be closed, I guess.
Probably the shops will close when the sun sets, so another hour or so.
So I'm looking at a potential spell here, but it does require a focus worth at least 100 gold pieces. But I'm looking to maybe do clairvoyance.
I mean, what focus does it need?
It just, okay, so let's see here. What does it say? Either a jeweled horn for hearing or a glass eye for seeing. That's what it says.
Given the size of this town, you might be able to find a glass eye. You probably are not going to find a jeweled hearing cone.
Right.
People just aren't that fancy here. You could probably find a hearing cone, but just nothing that's jeweled or worth 100 gold pieces.
Right.
100 gold piece glass eye also might be difficult, but if you want to give me an investigation check, the DC is just going to be pretty high, like 18.
I'm not very good at this, so might get lucky. I will not get lucky.
So yeah, you're sort of asking around. I mean, there are glassware sellers in this town, but the first one you come to says, "Oh, I don't." You could order something like that, but I don't think you're going to just find it just on the shelf. I mean, that's a little item. It's easy for somebody to pocket. It's easy for it to shatter. It's not great sales goods for a place as small as this one. Maybe in a big city you could find that easy.
Could you craft one?
I could. I mean, would take a little bit of time.
How long?
I mean, I could probably put one together for you in a day or two. I'll be honest. I'm having a little trouble figuring out how I'm going to make something that's as valuable as you need. I mean, how fancy do you want it?
It must be intricate.
Yeah, it's probably going to take me like 2 days to make something that's as fancy as I think you're thinking of. Do you have a color in mind? You seem like you have both of your eyes. Is one of them fake? They're really good. I can't even tell which one is the fake eye.
It serves another purpose.
If you want, I mean, I'll get started on it tonight, but it'll take a day or two, like I said. Probably 2.
Very well. Then I shall return then. Go back.
So you wander out. Meanwhile, back at the Crooked House, you see the mayor comes in, walks over directly to Lusharosi. Well, hello, Lusharosi. I'm here to have my drink with you.
Oh, good. And I order him a drink.
So am I to understand that your soot-covered friend crawled into my chimney, beat the shit out of my flue, and then magicked himself away?
Yeah.
Some folks in town are saying you were performing some sort of chimney cleaning service. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we've been known to do that. Yep.
Has it ever occurred to you to ask the homeowner for permission before cleaning their chimney in this fashion?
You know, if it's good enough for Lusharosi, it's good enough for the homeowner.
I have to say, I don't appreciate your breaking into my house with my family there, putting them at risk of whatever shenanigans you were actually up to.
We were cleaning chimneys. Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid I don't really believe you. Listen, friend, I know you're famous and all, but I think we're going to speed up as much as possible finding you a ship to set sail on. And if you can't find a ship within the next, let's say, 24 hours, well, there are other towns. Just follow any road to the next town. We all have ports. None quite so big as this one, but I'm sure you'll find a ship there. I want you out of my town by tomorrow evening. He downs his beer. I'm afraid we're going to have to skip the tour of my house. You've basically seen the best part of it, which is,
The chimney?
the
That's
door
very impressive.
closing in your face, I thought was probably, for me, the best part.
Can I attempt to modify memory with him?
You can certainly attempt modify memory. So what are you changing his memory to? I mean, it's now been more than 10 minutes since Lusharosi bailed out. But you can change his memory of this conversation. You can, I mean, I think you can change the 10 minutes when he got home. So, which would cover a period of time when he found out. I mean, he would know that he wouldn't know that the flue broke or any of that. So you just have to tell me again how are you changing his memory? So presumably it's, from the moment he got home. It could be the whole walk with you back to his house even. That was all of that, from that to the time when Lusharosi baffed out is less than 10 minutes.
Deal.
Keyhole, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would just try to take that portion right out. Because people in this town obviously have been not remembering things. So this might fall right in line.
So let's see. So, okay, but once you blank that out, are you just going to leave it completely blank? Like he's not going to remember how he got home tonight?
Correct. Yep. Because we've had everybody in this town, shit's going down, so he's got it now.
Okay, he failed to save, so you've blanked that portion of his memory out.
Okay, and he downs his beer, and I wish
Well,
him good luck.
he at this point he downs his beer.
I guess he would have to sit
Yeah,
there.
I mean, so like no hard feelings. I realize I came over here to tell you that you had to leave. Well, this is embarrassing, but best of luck to you. Like I said, you'll probably get all sorts of offers flooding in from the various ship captains.
Yeah.
So as long as one of them is leaving in the next day, probably no problem. I mean, if we need to, if you need to, like, if a ship captain is not leaving for like 2 days and you need to extend it, that's fine. But if you get no offers at all, if you could just move on to another town, it's huge pain, huge pain.
Yeah, we
big stars here.
Yeah, we attract a lot of attention, and we appreciate you putting up with it. So you're doing the people of this town a great service. So
Well, thank you for that. I hope you're enjoying your time here in this town.
Your wife drink? Do you want to? Should you bring home a beer for her? Because I'm going to presume that she's of the same. Does she have a beard, or I don't know.
She does. She does not have a beard. But we've got plenty at home. So,
okay. Well, I just don't want to be rude.
No, she knew I was coming here to meet you. I mean, you're all famous. I mean, you're a paladin of Lasharos, for heaven's sakes.
Yep.
Who, she can't begrudge me for coming to have a drink with such a famous person. I appreciate your taking the time to have this drink with me. I don't actually remember our agreeing to come have a drink, but this is an honor. This is really an honor.
It was real hectic, it's hectic being the mayor. Everybody's asking for all kinds of stuff. So it's understandable that, it could have slipped your mind.
I appreciate your understanding. Well, it's got to be about dinner time. My wife is going to kill me if I don't get home in time for dinner.
Yeah, you better get some food.
So, like I said, enjoy the town. If you can find a way out of here in the next day or so, that'd be great.
Well,
you should ask the barkeep if you have any messages. You might already have messages from ship captains.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
He gets up and leaves.
Okay. All right.
Good job.
This is what happens when Lusharosi, the real Lusharosi, is not here.
Breaking into people's houses, talking to chickens, eating chicken soup, and you're getting kicked out. Well, we still have a day, or maybe two.
Or maybe two.
Who would have there been like full on armed guards?
There are actually guards that do sometimes see them in the streets. There's not a lot in the way of patrols. There's not a lot of a military presence. Most of them, you gather, stay in that little fortress that's just offshore defending the port.
Mm.
But you do have seen one or two here or there. Inside the walled portion of the town, at least, you have seen them. So, T-hole, your soup eventually does come. The guy brings it up pretty quickly. It's probably like 8 minutes. Yeah, he's like, I've asked him to put multiple pots on, so you should have that water for your bath shortly. The bath is at the end of the hall. I will bring up all the hot water and fill the bath. I'm trying to keep the hot water downstairs so that we can keep it all in the oven so it remains, all just as hot. I want to bring them all up at once so that they don't wind up cooling off before we fill your bath.
Thank you. You guys are you're just too kind.
So the soup is only okay. I mean, it's not bad by any means, but clearly they were making some sort of stew, and they added corn to it and some water. And maybe you detect like a little bit of wine was added to it, although that may have been in the stew originally. So, certainly passable. But if they had made it from scratch, it probably would be better. Would have taken longer, though.
Well, this scratches an itch.
And after, it's probably better than the corn soup the chickens were eating off the ground.
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction.
10 minutes later, you hear another knock, and the guy announces that, we've got all the pots up here. We're filling the bath now, so you can go in anytime. We're leaving 2 extra pots on the side, so in case you need to top off the water or a little more hot water, you can pour it directly from there.
Great, and I'll just rip my clothes off and then walk into the bath.
Walking down the hallway.
Down the hallway
Down the
and into
hallway.
the bath, past this guy who is immediately like, "Oh my God, enjoy your bath."
Will do.
Because it's just like black, white. He then immediately goes into the room so that he can begin to clean all the spots where you were sitting. Do you want your clothes cleaned?
Please, if you would be so kind.
Do you have any spares?
I don't think so.
Like robes hanging on the wall?
If you take him out back and beat him with a stick, they should be okay.
Okay. I mean, we can properly wash them if you want, or it'd be much quicker to just knock the soot off them. Whatever you want, though.
Well, I don't have any extra clothes, so unless you want me coming downstairs like this, they'll have to be snappy.
I mean, I'm sure I could try to find you a robe.
All right. Yeah, if you have a robe, that'd be great.
You see, he comes out. He's got your clothes bundled up under his arm. I'm sure I can find you a robe. I will bring that up. I will hang it right over the door leading into the bath. So you don't necessarily need to be bothered.
Ranjan,
Yes.
good work.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate your tip, sir.
Of course.
Emperor, I'm sorry. What, your highness? I don't know what an emperor is called.
Emperor is fine. Emperor T-hole.
So he runs down the steps. So what are you doing? What are you doing, Zarius?
Yeah. once my order for the glass eye has been put in, then I will go and I guess get some food. Is Aurelia still down in the common room area?
Hmm.
I suppose I'll sit there.
Okay, so you
very
sit down with Aurelia.
actively not looking at anybody.
So you sit down in the common area. There is probably less of a crowd this time than there was the day before. But, there are a few people who seem to be coming in because they know you're here. Probably people who are getting meals here just so that they can, gawk a bit. T-Hole, I assume you're taking your bath. Are you eating anything, Aurelia? Or doing something else?
No, I'm just watching just people watching right now.
So you can see a lot of people are watching you and Zarius together because you are the famous Lusharosi and Zarius. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I order a warm saucer of milk.
They're more than happy to bring you a saucer of warm milk.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they bring you two. They bring you a saucer of warm milk and a warm saucer of milk because they didn't want to disturb you to figure out which thing you wanted warm.
Good. Just the way Lusharosi liked it.
And Teal, you hear a knock on the door. You have your robe, sir? Want me to?
Yes, Ranjan. Just you can just leave it wherever. Leave it on a hook.
So you see the door opens and a hand comes around to sort of reach in. And then the door flies open as you see 4 people come piling into the room and attack. And that's where we're going to end it.
Nice. Little do they know that T-Hole's at his strongest when he's naked.
That's right.
They don't know that, which is why they were like, oh, this is the perfect time. In fact, I would add, as they pour in, you see in the back, one of them wearing your still soot-covered clothes is what looks like you.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Yeah, they don't realize attacking him naked just means he's got one more weapon to hit him with.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
I look forward to the dick punching that will ensue.
Four people bust into a room with one naked guy. It sounds like a gangbang.
It is actually 4 people and then one guy who looks like you who hasn't bumped in just yet. But you will get to see that they essentially, you were expecting a robe, so they will get a surprise round. And unless there's some reason you can't be surprised, which I'm forgetting, but they will get a surprise round, and they're ambush attackers, so they're pretty good at a surprise round.
Do you have alert by chance?
I don't think he does.
I hope we hear the ruckus.
That would be handy for us.
Well, actually, I guess I will reveal one more thing. Zarius and Aurelia, make me a con save.
Uh-oh.
Oof. I still have an action point. Hold on. Oh, fuck me.
So Aurelia made it. Zarius, you begin to feel incredibly sleepy.
Oh, wait, I have advantage on. Well, it doesn't matter. Fuck me. Oh, whatever.
Yeah. So,
I don't have advantage anymore. That's from the.
I have advantage now.
Yeah, you have it.
I have advantage now.
So you see Zarius gets increasingly sleepy. And then eventually he just sort of leans back and slides down just to close his eyes for a second. And then he falls asleep.
That's
Oh,
probably
boy.
not unusual, actually.
He's an old man.
Yeah.
He can sleep anywhere. So that's where we will end it. Zarius is asleep. You're not sure if it'll be easily woken up. There's a crowd of people down here, though, so
Yeah, but you're Lusharosi. You can cure poison and stuff real easy.
right. Don't. Where's your goddamn saving throw advantage benefit? Oh, actually, that still wouldn't have helped in this case. It's only +3, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Good times. I enjoyed the chicken
Fucking chicken.
talking or conversations.
I was glad you thought of the chickens. It didn't occur to me that there would be animals around that would have seen the attack on the reporter, and who would have a vague description of the fact that these were doppelgangers. But yeah, it makes perfect sense that you would get that. I mean, otherwise you really could have left the town and the mayor wouldn't really have done anything. But the mayor essentially set things in motion to come get you guys before he came to get the drink because he wasn't sure what you were going to do.
Yeah. I guessed. Shouldn't have yeah. It's all good. They'll just have a wiry T-hole.
And you're in the bath, so you're slippery.
Yeah, I'm covered in soap. I just lathered up, baby.
So I will say there would also, the mayor probably would have been there too, but he's actually went home. Like he doesn't even remember that he had people come here to attack you at this point, or a reason to. So he's home. So there would have been 6 of them going after Teal.
Perfect. I do have, I mean, if I can get in, so I don't have alert. If I can make it through the surprise round, I do have Awakening of the Astral Self, which means I can amplify my voice for everyone to hear me within 600 feet, which would be the entire town, or a good chunk of the block anyway.
It would be everything within the walled portion.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be as far away as where the reporter lived.
Yeah, so it'd be, so that would at least could definitely hear like the entire like place will at least hear what's going on. So if you can make it through the surprise round, I can at least yell.
And presumably there would be, we have a sporting chance that there may be a Deadpool or a Colossus in the area that might hear it.
Right.
So
Potentially a Loki. We'll see.
yeah, well, thanks guys.
All right,
That's the
talk to
first con save I've ever fucking failed.
Oh boy.
I have decent luck with con saves. Look back at when I played Hrothgar. I think again I only failed 1 con save.
Yeah, and they made you take like 15 one day.
Action points do make it hard to fail your good save because it almost always feel like I can't miss my good save.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, I'm not bad at con saves. I mean, I'm just not proficient. That's
Right.
+2. That's not terrible. For
All right, I'll
whatever.
talk to you guys later.
All right.
All right.
Bye.